Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Tonight we travel to the roof of the world, to a civilization that built its roads across mountain passes 5 kilometers above the sea, that governed 12 million people without money or writing, that raised stones so precisely fitted they have outlasted 5 centuries of earthquakes. This is the story of the Inca. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 1. The world before the Inca, the Andes and its peoples. The Inca Empire, the largest empire in pre-Columbian America, the civilization that built Machu Picchu and the roads that stitched the western edge of South America together, the society that governed 12 million people without writing, without money, and without the wheel, did not emerge from a vacuum. It was the inheritor of more than 10,000 years of Andean civilization, the final and most spectacular expression of a cultural and technological tradition that had been developing in one of the most geographically demanding environments on Earth since the first human beings arrived on the continent. The Andes Mountains, the longest continental mountain range on Earth, stretching approximately 7,000 kilometers from Venezuela in the north to the tip of Chile in the south, are simultaneously one of the most hostile and one of the most biologically diverse environments on the planet. Their extreme altitudinal variation, from the Pacific coastal desert at sea level to the high Puna grasslands above 4,000 meters, to the cloud forests of the eastern slopes descending into the Amazon basin, created within a relatively small horizontal distance an extraordinary range of ecological zones, each producing different crops, different animals, and different raw materials. The peoples who developed civilizations in this environment over thousands of years before the Inca created a series of solutions to its specific challenges that the Inca would later systematize and expand. The vertical control of multiple ecological zones through the strategic placement of settlements at different altitudes, the development of the extraordinary range of potato and maize varieties adapted to specific Andean microclimates, the domestication of the llama and the alpaca as the primary large animals available in this part of the world, and the development of terrace agriculture on mountain slopes that converted otherwise unusable land into productive fields. The Inca were preceded by the Wari Empire, which governed much of the Andes between approximately 600 and 1000 CE, and by the Chimu, whose coastal empire the Inca absorbed in the 1470s CE. Each left specific imprints on the organizational toolkit that the Inca would synthesize into the greatest Andean state of all time. The Wari contributed administrative road networks and provincial centers. The Chimu contributed sophisticated metalworking, irrigation, and coastal administrative traditions that the Inca adapted and absorbed wholesale. Fact 2. The origin myth, Manco Capac and the Children of the Sun. Every great civilization has an origin story, and the Inca had one of the most compelling in the history of the ancient world. A founding myth that simultaneously explained the origins of the Inca people, established the divine authority of the Inca ruler, connected the civilization to the sun as its supreme cosmic patron, and grounded the imperial ideology in a specific sacred geography centered on the city of Cusco. The myth existed in several variant versions, but its essential elements, the emergence of the first Inca from a sacred origin point, the divine commission to found a civilization, and the miraculous confirmation of Cusco as its center, were consistent across the tradition. In the most widely recorded version, the creator god Viracocha, moved by pity for the primitive peoples who lived without knowledge, civilization, or proper religion, created 4 brothers and 4 sisters from a cave on the island of the sun in Lake Titicaca. He sent them out into the world to find a place where a golden staff he gave them would sink into the earth, the sign that would indicate the divinely appointed location for the center of civilization. The brothers and sisters wandered through the Andes until they reached the valley of Cusco, where the staff sank immediately and completely into the fertile soil. There, at the direction of their divine origin, the first Inca, Manco Capac, founded the city that would become the center of the greatest empire in pre-Columbian America. The significance of this origin myth extended far beyond its narrative content. By deriving the Inca ruling lineage directly from divine creation, the myth established the Sapa Inca, the supreme Inca ruler, as literally the son of the sun, a living embodiment of the divine whose authority to govern was not a human political arrangement, but a cosmic appointment. This divine status was central to the entire structure of Inca political authority and shaped every dimension of the imperial system, from the treatment of the ruler's body after death to the ceremonies that marked the agricultural calendar to the specific architectural forms of Inca sacred spaces. The choice of Lake Titicaca as the origin point of the myth, the highest navigable lake in the world, sitting at 3,812 meters above sea level on the Altiplano between modern Peru and Bolivia, connected the Inca to the region's most ancient sacred traditions and to the earlier civilizations of Tiwanaku, whose cultural legacy was deeply embedded in the religious landscape of the Andes. Fact 3. Cusco, the navel of the world. The city of Cusco, known in Quechua as Cusco Cosco, meaning navel or center, a name that expressed the Inca understanding of the city as the axial point of the entire world, was the capital, the Sacred Heart, and the organizational center of the Inca Empire, the city from which all roads radiated and to which all tribute flowed. The place where the divine order of the cosmos was most directly expressed in human architecture and urban planning, and whose specific physical form was understood to embody the mythological and cosmological principles that underpinned the entire imperial system. The city that the Inca built and continuously expanded from approximately the early 15th century CE was organized around a central plaza, the Huaque Pata, one of the largest public spaces in pre-Columbian America, where the most important ceremonies of the Inca religious and political calendar were performed before assembled audiences of tens of thousands. The plaza was surrounded by the palaces of the Inca rulers and by the great temple complexes that served the principal Andean deities, above all the Coricancha, the Temple of the Sun, whose walls were reportedly covered in sheets of pure gold that reflected the light of the rising sun into the city each morning. The urban plan of Cusco was organized according to a system of sacred lines called sex, 41 imaginary lines radiating from the Coricancha in all directions, each associated with a specific set of sacred sites called huacas and with the social groups responsible for maintaining those sites. This sex system served simultaneously as a religious geography, a social organizational structure, and a calendar, with the 328 huacas associated with the sex corresponding to the days of the Inca lunar sidereal calendar. No other city in the ancient world organized its physical, social, and cosmological dimensions into a single unified system of such elaboration and precision. The population of Cusco at its height is estimated to have been between 100,000 and 200,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the world in the early 16th century CE, and the city was continuously supplied with food, labor, and luxury goods by the tribute system that brought resources from every corner of the empire. The Spanish conquistadors who entered Cusco in 1533 CE described a city of overwhelming beauty and wealth that surpassed anything they had seen in Europe, before they began systematically dismantling its gold-covered walls. Fact 4. The Sapa Inca, son of the sun. The Sapa Inca, the supreme ruler of Tawantinsuyu, the four quarters of the world, which was the Inca name for their empire, occupied a position in the Andean political and cosmological order that had no precise equivalent in the political systems of any other ancient civilization. A ruler who was simultaneously a living god, the principal mediator between the human world and the divine, the embodiment of the sun's power on earth, and the chief administrator of a highly organized imperial state whose millions of subjects owed him not merely political obedience, but a form of sacred duty. The specific character of the Sapa Inca's divine status was expressed in every dimension of the political culture. He was carried everywhere in an elaborate litter. Because the ground was too ordinary for his feet to touch, his clothing was made from the finest vicuña wool, the softest and most precious fiber in the Andean world, and each garment was worn only once, then burned, because no object that had been in contact with the divine person could be reused. He ate from golden vessels and drank from golden cups. His servants turned their backs when they approached him, could not speak to him directly, and carried small burdens on their backs as a symbolic acknowledgement that they bore the weight of the encounter with the sacred. The death of a Sapa Inca did not end his role in the political and religious life of the empire. The Inca practiced a form of royal ancestor veneration, in which the mummified body of a deceased Sapa Inca continued to function as a living political and religious entity, attending ceremonies, receiving food and drink offerings, being consulted on matters of state, and maintaining the ownership of all the lands and wealth he had accumulated during his lifetime. This practice of split inheritance, the deceased ruler retaining his accumulated wealth while the new ruler inherited only the title, had profound consequences for the political dynamics of the empire. The Sapa Inca also maintained numerous secondary wives from noble families throughout the empire, political alliances sealed in flesh, and the royal household at Cusco could include hundreds of people directly serving the divine person of the ruler and managing the elaborate ceremonial life his sacred status required. The sheer organizational complexity of maintaining a living god in appropriate divine state was itself one of the Inca state's most demanding administrative challenges. Fact 5. Tawantinsuyu, the Four Quarters. The Inca Empire was known to its inhabitants not as the Inca Empire, a European designation, but as Tawantinsuyu, a Quechua compound meaning the four parts together, or the realm of the four quarters, a name that expressed both the geographical structure of the imperial territory and the cosmological principles that organized it. The four quarters, the sayas, radiated from the center of Cusco in four cardinal directions, each corresponding to a different region of the empire and each associated with a specific ethnic group, a specific resource base, and a specific relationship to the imperial capital. The four sayas were Chinchaysuyu to the northwest, the most populous and most politically important quarter, encompassing the former territories of the Chimu Empire and extending to modern Ecuador, and Tisuyu to the northeast, covering the eastern Andean slopes and the cloud forest zone that descended toward the Amazon basin. Quillasuyu to the southeast, the largest quarter by area, extending across the Altiplano and the southern Andes through modern Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. And Kuntisuyu to the southwest, a smaller quarter covering the coastal and mountain regions west and south of Cusco. The symbolic and cosmological significance of the four quarters model went beyond simple geographical organization. The concept of four opposed and complementary quarters, reflecting the Andean cosmological principle of complementary duality that structured everything from kinship systems to ritual practice, was the fundamental organizing principle of Inca political thought, and the specific alignment of the four sayas with the movements of the sun, the stars, and the Milky Way reflected the Inca understanding of political organization as a mirror of cosmic order. At its greatest extent, in the early 16th century CE, just before the arrival of Francisco Pizarro's conquistadors, Tawantinsuyu stretched approximately 4,000 kilometers along the western coast of South America, encompassing modern Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, and large parts of Colombia, Chile, and Argentina, an area of approximately 2 million square kilometers. This made it the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas by both area and population, and one of the largest polities in the world at the time. The speed with which this dominion was assembled was equally remarkable. The core of the empire was created in less than a century, between approximately 1438 and 1527 CE. Fact 6. The Inca road system, veins of empire. The road system of the Inca Empire, the Quipu, or Great Road, and the vast network of secondary and tertiary routes that connected every part of Tawantinsuyu to the capital at Cusco, was one of the most remarkable engineering achievements in the history of the ancient world. A network of approximately 40,000 kilometers of constructed roads that traversed some of the most challenging terrain on Earth, crossing mountain passes at altitudes exceeding 5,000 meters, bridging gorges hundreds of meters deep, and descending from the high Andes to the Pacific coast in gradients so steep that European horses initially struggled to navigate them. The main arteries of the Inca road network were the two great highways that ran the full length of the empire from north to south: the coastal highway following the Pacific coast, and the highland highway running through the mountains, connected by a series of east-west roads that allowed movement between the coast and the highlands. These main highways were typically between 3 and 4 meters wide, sufficient for a column of troops or a llama caravan to pass, and were paved with stone in the mountain sections, constructed with raised causeways in the coastal desert sections, and built with stone gutters for drainage. The engineering challenges that the Inca roads overcame were extraordinary. On steep mountain slopes, the road took the form of staircases cut directly into the rock. In coastal desert sections, the road was marked by low walls that prevented travelers from losing their way in sandstorms. Across rivers and gorges, the road crossed on suspension bridges, the famous Inca rope bridges woven from grass fiber, some of which spanned gorges more than 60 meters wide and were capable of supporting the weight of entire armies and loaded llama caravans. The roads were maintained by the local populations through the Mita labor obligation system and serviced by a network of tambos, way stations spaced approximately a day's march apart, where travelers could rest, eat, and obtain supplies. The system of chasqui relay runners who carried messages and small goods along the road network could transmit information from one end of the empire to the other in days rather than weeks. In 2014 CE, UNESCO inscribed the Quipu as a World Heritage Site across 6 countries, recognizing it as one of the greatest engineering achievements of any pre-industrial civilization. Fact 7. Quipu, the knotted record. The quipu, the system of knotted cords that the Inca used to record information, store data, and communicate across the empire, was one of the most extraordinary and most debated information systems in the history of any civilization. A technology that somehow allowed a literate-scale state administration to function without writing, managing the tribute records, population censuses, historical narratives, astronomical data, and administrative communications of an empire governing 12 million people, entirely through a system of colored strings and knotted patterns whose full meaning has still not been completely decoded by modern scholarship. A typical quipu consisted of a primary horizontal cord from which hung numerous subsidiary pendant cords, which could themselves have additional cords attached to them. The cords were made from cotton or camelid fiber and dyed in a range of colors. The specific color, the type of fiber, the direction of the ply, and the position of each cord on the primary string all appear to have been meaningful. The knots tied in the pendant cords recorded numbers using a decimal positional system of great sophistication. The type of knot, its position on the cord, and the direction of the twist all contributing to the numerical value recorded, allowing the quipu to record quantities ranging from single units to hundreds of thousands. The numerical recording function of the quipu is well understood. It was essentially a decimal abacus encoded in fiber, but scholars have long suspected that quipus also recorded narrative, historical, and ritual information in ways that went beyond pure number. A 2017 study of a quipu from the coastal Inca administrative center of Tucumán found structural patterns that the researchers argued were consistent with a system capable of encoding phonological, that is, language-based information, potentially representing a form of writing that was never deciphered before the Spanish conquest disrupted the tradition of quipu reading. The deliberate destruction of quipus by Spanish colonial authorities, who regarded them as potentially containing religious or magical content inimical to Christian conversion, means that the full scope of the quipu system may never be recovered, one of the most significant intellectual losses of the colonial period in the Americas. Approximately 600 quipus survive today in museums around the world, each a three-dimensional text whose language we have only partially learned to read. Fact 8. Mita labor as currency. The economic system of the Inca Empire, the specific mechanism through which the state extracted resources from its subjects, and through which those subjects fulfilled their obligations to the state, was one of the most unusual in the history of ancient statecraft. An economy based entirely on reciprocal labor obligation, rather than on money, market exchange, or commodity taxation. The Inca state did not collect taxes in the form of goods or money. It collected taxes in the form of labor, the mita obligation that required every adult male subject to contribute a portion of his labor time to the state, serving in whatever capacity the state required. The mita system operated through the principle of Andean reciprocity, the deep cultural norm that governed exchange relationships throughout the region. In the Andean system, a request for labor was not simply a command from a superior to an inferior, but an exchange relationship in which the party requesting labor was obligated to provide food, drink, tools, and clothing to the workers during the period of their service. The Inca state elaborated this reciprocal principle into a system of imperial scale, feeding, clothing, and housing mita workers during their service while directing their collective labor towards state projects, road construction and maintenance, agricultural work on state lands, military service, mining, construction of temples and administrative buildings, and service in the royal households. The practical consequence of the mita system was the construction of an enormous state infrastructure without monetary cost. The roads, the terraces, the storehouses, the temples, the administrative centers, and the military installations of the empire were all built and maintained through the organized labor of subjects fulfilling their mita obligations. The state in turn stored the agricultural and craft production of mita labor in a network of kolkha storehouses distributed throughout the empire, maintaining reserves of food, textiles, weapons, and other goods sufficient to sustain armies in the field, and to provide relief to regions affected by drought, earthquake, or crop failure. The genius of the mita system was that it created a genuinely redistributive economy in which the state extracted labor and redistributed its products in ways that provided real material benefits to the population, building infrastructure that improved agricultural productivity and maintaining reserves that protected against famine. Fact 9. Machu Picchu, the city in the clouds. Machu Picchu, the Inca site perched on a saddle between two mountain peaks, at approximately 2,430 meters above sea level in the cloud forest of the eastern Andes, invisible from the Urubamba River gorge 600 meters below, unknown to the outside world until Hiram Bingham of Yale University was led there by a local farmer in 1911 CE, and now the most visited archaeological site in South America. Is the most famous surviving monument of the Inca civilization and one of the most extraordinary achievements of pre-Columbian architecture in the Americas. The city was built in the mid-15th century CE, almost certainly during the reign of the Sapa Inca Pachacuti, the greatest of the Inca rulers, whose career transformed a regional polity centered on Cusco into the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas. Its position, commanding spectacular views of the surrounding mountain landscape, while remaining entirely invisible from the valley below, suggests a deliberate choice of a site whose visual drama and defensive inaccessibility were as important to its planners as the practical considerations of water supply and agricultural land. The city was likely used as a royal estate and religious retreat for the Inca ruler and his court, a remote and beautiful place removed from the administrative demands of Cusco. The architectural achievement of Machu Picchu is extraordinary by any standard. The Inca built approximately 200 structures on the mountain's saddle, constructing massive agricultural terraces that prevented erosion and provided growing space on the steep slopes, engineering a sophisticated drainage system that prevented water accumulation during the heavy rainfall of the cloud forest, and quarrying and fitting stones of up to several tons without metal tools, draft animals, or the wheel. The Inca stone fitting technique, using perfectly shaped stones fitted together without mortar, their joints so precise that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them, has proven more resistant to the earthquakes that periodically shake the Andes than the mortared construction of the Spanish colonial buildings in Cusco. Despite decades of research, significant questions about Machu Picchu remain unresolved. The identities and numbers of its permanent population, the precise nature of its ritual function, the specific circumstances of its apparent abandonment before the Spanish conquest, and what, if anything, the original Quechua name of the site was. Fact 10. The Inca at 10, a civilization takes shape. 10 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, and the civilization is becoming visible in its full complexity. A state of extraordinary organizational sophistication that governed millions of people across one of the most challenging environments on Earth through a combination of divine authority, labor obligation, road infrastructure, and the remarkable knotted record of the quipu. Before we continue into the deeper story, the military expansion, the religious system, the agricultural technology, the resistance to conquest, and the catastrophic collision with European imperialism, it is worth pausing to register what makes the Inca civilization genuinely extraordinary. The Inca achievement was not, at its core, the gold and silver that the Spanish conquistadors sought and found in such abundance. It was the organizational achievement, the ability to govern 12 million people across 4,000 kilometers of the most varied and most demanding terrain on Earth, without the technologies that other ancient civilizations had found indispensable. No money, yet a functional economy. No writing, yet records accurate enough to track the tribute obligations of hundreds of thousands of subjects. No iron tools, yet architecture whose precision still astonishes engineers. No draft animals large enough to pull a wheeled vehicle, yet roads that allowed the communication and supply of an army from one end of South America to the other in days. These achievements were made possible by the specific solutions to organizational problems that the Inca developed within the specific context of Andean culture and geography, solutions that drew on thousands of years of Andean civilizational development, but that the Inca synthesized, systematized, and extended to a scale and a geographical reach that no previous Andean civilization had approached. The result was a state that lasted, in its classic form, barely a century, from the mid-15th century CE to the Spanish conquest of the 1530s, but whose achievements in that century deserve to be ranked among the most remarkable in the history of human civilization. The 90 facts that follow will carry us through the empire's military campaigns, its religious and astronomical knowledge, its textile tradition, the llama and the alpaca, the resistance of its peoples, and the catastrophic arrival of the Spanish, and through the question of what the Inca's extraordinary civilization means for the world that inherited its ruins. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 11. Pachacuti, the world shaker. Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, the 9th Sapa Inca, whose reign from approximately 1438 to 1471 CA transformed the Inca from a regional polity centered on the Cusco Valley into the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas, is one of the most consequential political and military figures in the history of the ancient world. A ruler whose combination of military genius, administrative vision, and personal authority produced in the span of a single lifetime an expansion of Inca power so dramatic and so comprehensive that it effectively created the civilization that subsequent generations would inherit, elaborate, and ultimately lose to the Spanish conquest. The specific context of Pachacuti's rise to power was itself extraordinary. In approximately 1438 CE, a powerful neighboring state called the Chanca, whose territory lay to the northwest of Cusco, launched a major invasion of the Inca heartland. The reigning Sapa Inca, Viracocha Inca, fled with most of the court, leaving Cusco to be defended by his son Qc Yupanqui, the future Pachacuti, with a small force. Against all expectation, Qc Yupanqui's forces defeated the Chanca invasion in a battle outside Cusco, a victory that Inca tradition attributed to the intervention of supernatural beings called purorocas, stones that transformed into warriors at the moment of greatest need. The prestige of this unexpected victory gave Qc Yupanqui the political capital to take the title of Sapa Inca for himself, displacing his father, and he renamed himself Pachacuti, meaning world shaker, or he who overturns time and space. The name was not modest, but it was accurate. Over the following decades, Pachacuti led or directed military campaigns that extended Inca control from Lake Titicaca to the north of modern Peru, simultaneously conducting the complete rebuilding of Cusco into the magnificent imperial capital that the Spanish would eventually encounter, and establishing the administrative systems, the road network, the quipu records, the mita labor obligation that would make the empire governable. Pachacuti's reign represents one of the most consequential individual contributions to the creation of a civilization in the history of the ancient world. He did not merely inherit a state. He invented one, designing the administrative, religious, and architectural systems that would define Inca civilization for the century of its peak. Almost certainly, Pachacuti was also the ruler who commissioned Machu Picchu, the royal estate that remains the most visible testament to his reign's extraordinary ambition. Fact 12. Inca military expansion, the Army of the Four Quarters. The military machine that allowed the Inca to conquer and hold an empire stretching 4,000 kilometers along the western spine of South America was one of the most formidable in the pre-Columbian Americas, not primarily because of superior weapons technology, which the Inca shared with many of their opponents, but because of the organizational, logistical, and psychological advantages that the Inca state's administrative systems gave their armies over every opponent they faced in the field. The Inca army was composed of three primary types of forces. The first was the standing professional force maintained by the state, warriors drawn from the Inca heartland, who served as the elite core of any military operation. The second was the mita military service contributed by subject peoples throughout the empire, which could be mobilized to swell the army to enormous size for major campaigns. The third was the forces contributed by allied or subordinate rulers, who fought alongside the Inca in exchange for the imperial patronage that made their own political position secure. The Inca army's primary weapons were the sling, at which Andean warriors were extraordinarily skilled, capable of delivering stones with lethal accuracy at significant range, the star-headed mace, the battle axe, and the spear. The bow was not widely used in the Inca highlands, though some subject peoples from the lowlands contributed archers. The most important tactical principle of Inca warfare was the emphasis on encirclement, the attempt to surround the enemy force and prevent its escape, combined with the psychological impact of the Inca army's sheer size, its elaborate military music, and its battle cries. The Inca preferred political incorporation over purely military conquest wherever possible. Before launching a military campaign, the Inca typically sent emissaries to the target polity, offering the benefits of incorporation into Tawantinsuyu in exchange for acceptance of Inca overlordship. The preference for political incorporation before military conquest made expansion unusually efficient. Each peacefully absorbed polity provided mita soldiers who helped conquer the next. The Inca rewarded compliance with gifts, hospitality in Cusco, and continued local authority. They punished resistance with military force and the removal of local elites. This combination of carrot and stick allowed the rapid incorporation of peoples across an enormous geographical range without the perpetual military commitment that purely coercive conquest would have required. Fact 13. Inca religion, the sun, the earth, and the sacred. The religious system of the Inca civilization, the complex of beliefs, practices, institutions, and sacred sites through which the Inca and their subject peoples understood and maintained their relationship to the divine powers that govern the natural world, was one of the most elaborate and most geographically comprehensive in the history of pre-Columbian America. A system that identified the sun, the moon, the thunder, the earth, and the sea as primary deities, maintained a class of professional priests and priestesses dedicated to their service, and organized the entire sacred landscape of the Andes into a network of sites through which the human world communicated with the divine. The supreme deity of the Inca state religion was Inti, the sun god, whose cult was the ideological foundation of the Inca imperial system. As the divine ancestor of the Sapa Inca and the source of the warmth, light, and energy that made agriculture and human life possible, Inti was worshipped at the Coricancha, the great temple of the sun in Cusco, and at subsidiary solar temples distributed throughout the empire. The Coricancha itself was described by Spanish observers as one of the wonders of the world. Its interior walls lined with gold, its garden containing golden replicas of maize plants, llamas, and other objects of Andean life. The second great deity of the Inca system was Pachamama, the Earth Mother, whose cult was older than the Inca state itself, and whose veneration was embedded in the deepest levels of Andean religious practice. While Inti was the deity of the state and of the ruling class, Pachamama was the deity of the agricultural communities that formed the empire's base, the mother of the crops and the livestock whose fertility sustained human life. Offerings to Pachamama, small quantities of food, coca leaves, llama fat, were made before every significant activity involving the earth. The Inca religious system was notably tolerant of the religious traditions of conquered peoples. Subject populations were required to send their most sacred objects to Cusco as divine hostages, but local religious practices were generally allowed to continue alongside the state cult of Inti. The most spectacular Inca ceremony was Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, held at the June solstice, and involving the entire population of Cusco in days of celebration, sacrifice, and communal feasting, whose scale and elaboration expressed the Inca understanding of the relationship between cosmic order and human prosperity. Fact 14. Inca agriculture, feeding an empire. The agricultural system of the Inca civilization, the specific combination of crop varieties, farming techniques, water management infrastructure, and storage technology, through which the Inca fed a population of 12 million people in one of the most climatically variable and topographically challenging environments on Earth, was one of the most sophisticated agricultural achievements in the history of the ancient world, and its central innovations. The potato in its extraordinary Andean diversity, the technique of terrace agriculture, the management of microclimates through altitude, and the freeze-drying of food for long-term storage, have had consequences for human nutrition and survival that extend far beyond the boundaries of the Inca Empire. The Andean potato, the tuberous root vegetable that the Inca cultivated in more than 3,000 distinct varieties, each adapted to specific altitudinal zones, soil conditions, and climatic patterns, was the foundational crop of the Inca agricultural system and one of the most consequential domesticated plants in the history of human civilization. The Andean highlands are the center of origin of the potato, and the generations of selective cultivation that Andean farmers had conducted over thousands of years before the Inca produced a range of varieties of extraordinary diversity, varying in color from white to yellow to purple to red, in texture from waxy to floury, in cooking characteristics from those suitable for boiling to those best suited for freeze-drying into the preserved form called chuño. Chuño, the freeze-dried potato produced by exposing the tubers to the extreme cold of Andean nights, and then treading out the moisture before drying in the intense highland sun, was the most important preserved food in the Inca system. A properly prepared batch of chuño could be stored for up to 10 years without spoilage, providing the Inca state with a strategic food reserve of extraordinary longevity. The network of colca storehouses that dotted the Inca road system were filled primarily with chuño, along with dried meat, quinoa, dried fish, and textiles, creating the distributed reserve system that allowed the Inca state to feed armies on campaign and populations suffering from crop failure. The terrace agriculture, the Andeans, or stone-faced terraces, that transformed steep Andean slopes into productive farmland, was one of the Incas' most visible and most durable legacies, creating microclimates of improved soil depth and water retention that allowed cultivation at altitudes and on slopes that would otherwise have been unproductive. Fact 15. The llama and the alpaca, the animals that made the empire. The llama and the alpaca, the two South American camelids domesticated from their wild ancestor, the vicuña, over approximately 6,000 years of Andean pastoralism, were the most important domesticated animals in the Inca world, and in the absence of horses, cattle, or any of the other large domesticated animals available to Old World civilizations. The animals whose specific capabilities and limitations shaped the entire organizational structure of the Inca Empire in ways that had no equivalent in any other ancient civilization. The llama, the larger of the two domesticated camelids, standing approximately 1.2 meters at the shoulder and capable of carrying loads of 25 to 35 kilograms, was the Inca Empire's primary pack animal and the equivalent, in the organizational logic of the imperial economy, of the horse and the ox in Eurasia. Llama caravans carrying goods along the Quhapak Nyan were the primary mechanism of long-distance goods movement within the empire, transporting the tribute goods, the state stores, and the raw materials that flowed through the imperial economy between ecological zones. A typical llama caravan might consist of several hundred animals moving in a single convoy. capable of covering between 15 and 20 kilometers per day on the highland roads. The alpaca, smaller than the llama and not used as a pack animal, was valued primarily for its extraordinarily fine fiber. Alpaca wool, and above all the fiber of the wild vicuña that the Inca managed through periodic roundups called charcu, provided the raw material for the textiles that were one of the primary luxury goods and one of the primary media of value in the Inca economy. The finest Inca textiles, made from the ultrafine fiber of the vicuña, dyed in complex patterns with mineral and plant pigments, were among the most valuable objects in the Andean world, serving as gifts from the Sapa Inca to allied rulers, as offerings to the gods, and as markers of social status whose significance exceeded that of gold and silver. The absence of horses and large Eurasian draft animals shaped not only the Incas' organizational solutions, but also their vulnerability to the mounted Spanish conquistadors who arrived in the 1530s CE. The llama also served as a primary sacrificial animal, especially white llamas, which were the standard offering at major Inca religious ceremonies, and the empire maintained enormous herds specifically for sacrificial purposes, organized by color. Fact 16. Inca textiles, the language of cloth. The textile tradition of the Inca civilization, the extraordinary body of woven fabric that was simultaneously the most important luxury good in the Andean economy, the primary medium for the visual expression of rank, identity, and sacred status, and one of the most technically sophisticated weaving traditions in the history of the ancient world, was at the center of the Inca political and religious system in ways that have no close equivalent in any other ancient civilization, and whose significance for understanding the Inca world has only been fully appreciated by modern scholarship in the last several decades. The Inca understood cloth, compi, the finest grade of woven textile, as a form of sacred power. The finest compi garments were made from vicuña fiber by the chosen women, the Aclacuna, who were housed in state-maintained establishments throughout the empire and who devoted their lives to weaving for the state and for the gods. The textiles they produced were used as offerings in religious ceremonies, burned in enormous quantities before the sun god, as gifts to allied rulers in the ceremonies of imperial generosity that cemented political relationships, as the clothing of the Sapa Inca himself, and as burial offerings that accompanied the dead into the afterlife. The visual complexity of Inca textiles was extraordinary. Inca weavers worked with between 50 and 100 different colors in a single textile, producing geometric patterns of extraordinary precision using a supplementary warp technique that allowed the creation of designs on both faces of the cloth simultaneously. The specific patterns woven into a garment encoded information about the wearer's ethnic identity, social rank, and regional origin, creating a visual language of identity and status that was readable across the empire and that served some of the communicative functions that writing served in literate societies. The finest Inca textiles were, by the assessment of Spanish observers, superior to any cloth then being produced in Europe, a judgment reflecting the extraordinary skill of Inca weavers and the remarkable quality of Andean fiber. The importance of textiles to the Inca economy is demonstrated by the fact that the state's primary tribute from its subject peoples was not gold or silver but woven cloth, specifically the raw fiber and the labor of weaving that produced the vast quantities of textiles the state required for its redistributive, religious, and military functions. Fact 17. The Aclawasi, the chosen women. The Aclawasi, the House of the Chosen Women, the state institution through which the Inca selected young women from throughout the empire to serve the state and the gods in a variety of specialized roles, was one of the most distinctive and most revealing institutions of the Inca imperial system. A mechanism for extracting female labor and talent from subject communities that simultaneously honored those communities with the prestige of having their daughters selected, provided the selected women with training and status that would not have been available to them otherwise, and supplied the state with a workforce of highly skilled specialists in weaving, brewing, ritual service, and political alliance. The selection process for the Aclacuna, the chosen women, was conducted periodically throughout the empire by imperial officials whose role was to identify girls between approximately 8 and 10 years of age who combined physical beauty with evident intelligence and practical aptitude. The selection was framed as an honor. The chosen girl's family was compensated, and their social standing enhanced by the connection to the imperial court, but it was not voluntary. Selected girls were removed from their families and transporting to the nearest Aclawasi, where they lived in cloistered communities under the supervision of senior chosen women called mamacunas. The training in the Aclawasi lasted for several years and focused on the two primary skills required by the state: the production of fine textiles and the preparation of chicha, the fermented maize beer that was the primary ritual and social beverage of the Inca world, consumed in enormous quantities at ceremonies, military campaigns, and the great feasts of reciprocal exchange through which the state maintained its political relationships. The Aklakuna who mastered these skills were then assigned to one of several possible destinies: service as ritual specialists in the major temples, assignment to the royal household, distribution as wives or concubines to political allies of the Sapa Inca, or in the most extreme cases, selection for the Capacocha sacrifice. The Aklawasi institution has been compared by some scholars to the convents of Christian Europe. The chosen women were removed from ordinary society, lived in institutional communities dedicated to sacred and state service, and were expected to maintain sexual purity during their period of institutional residence. But the comparison obscures the specifically Andean character of the institution and its intimate connection to the Inca political economy. Fact 18. Inca astronomy reading the sky. The astronomical knowledge of the Inca civilization, the specific understanding of the movements of the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars that the Inca developed through centuries of careful observation, and that they encoded in their religious calendar, their agricultural practices, their sacred architecture, and their cosmological understanding of the universe, was one of the most sophisticated in the pre-Columbian Americas, and reflected an approach to the relationship between celestial and terrestrial order that was characteristic of Andean thought more broadly. The Inca astronomical tradition was both solar and stellar. The solar calendar, based on the movement of the sun through the year, organized the agricultural and religious cycle around the solstices and equinoxes, which were observed through a system of pillars called sucancas, erected on the hills around Cusco at the precise points where the sun rose and set at the solstices. The June solstice, marked by the rising of the sun between specific pairs of sucancas on the horizon around Cusco, was the occasion for Inti Raymi, the greatest ceremony of the Inca religious year. The December solstice similarly marked Capac Raymi, the festival of the royal Inca. The Inca also attended closely to the dark cloud constellations of the Milky Way, the dark nebulae visible against the bright background of the galactic center that Andean peoples identified as the silhouettes of specific animals: the llama, the baby llama, the partridge, the fox, the snake, and others. These dark cloud constellations were used for agricultural timing. The appearance of specific dark cloud constellations at particular positions in the night sky, indicating the correct times for planting and harvesting specific crops, and for divination about the agricultural year. The Inca also monitored the Pleiades star cluster to predict potato harvest quality. Modern researchers have confirmed this method has genuine meteorological validity. Pleiades visibility correlates with El Niño patterns that affect Andean rainfall. Machu Picchu itself contains several features with astronomical significance: the Intihuatana stone, whose four corners point to the cardinal directions, windows in the Temple of the Sun that admit light precisely on the June solstice sunrise, and the overall orientation of the site in relation to surrounding mountain peaks that appear to have been selected in part for their astronomical alignments. Fact 19. Inca medicine, healing in the high Andes. The medical tradition of the Inca civilization, the specific knowledge of illness, injury, and treatment that the Inca developed within the specific environmental and cosmological context of the Andean world, combined sophisticated empirical knowledge of plants, surgery, and anatomy with a comprehensive cosmological framework in which physical illness was understood as a symptom of disruption in the relationship between the individual and the sacred powers that govern the natural world. To cure the body, the Inca healer needed to address both the physical symptom and its spiritual cause, a dual approach to healing that was characteristic of medical traditions throughout the pre-Columbian Americas. The Inca pharmacopoeia drew on the extraordinary botanical diversity of the Andean and Amazonian environments, a richness of medicinal plants that still provides the basis for a significant portion of modern pharmaceutical compounds. Coca, the leaf of the Erythroxylum coca plant that contains the alkaloid cocaine, was perhaps the most important and most widely used medicinal substance in the Inca world. Coca leaves, chewed with lime to release the alkaloids, provided a mild stimulant effect that suppressed hunger, reduced altitude sickness, and provided energy for workers at high altitude. Coca was also used topically as a local anesthetic, applied to wounds or used during surgical procedures, and its properties as a local anesthetic were so effective that the Spanish conquistadors brought it to the attention of European medical practitioners, contributing eventually to the isolation of cocaine as the first locally active anesthetic in European medicine. The most dramatic evidence of Inca surgical knowledge is the substantial number of pre-Columbian Peruvian skulls that show evidence of successful trepanation, the surgical removal of a portion of the skull bone, performed to relieve pressure from head injuries or brain swellings. Analysis of these skulls shows that the survival rate for trepanation in the Inca period, indicated by the bone regrowth visible around the edges of the surgical opening, was approximately 60 to 90%, comparable to or better than the survival rates for the same procedure in 19th century Europe before the development of modern antiseptic technique. The Inca also maintained a system of herbal pharmacies, collections of medicinal plants grown near administrative centers, and a class of specialized healers called Hampi Kamyok, who combined empirical medical knowledge with ritual and divinatory practice. Fact 20. The Inca at 20, Empire in its glory. 20 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, and the civilization is now visible in the full complexity of its achievement. The world-shaking conquests of Pachacuti, the logistical marvel of the roads, the quipu library knotted in fiber, the agricultural terraces converting impossible slopes into food, the llama caravans moving goods along the roof of the world, the chosen women weaving the language of cloth, the astronomers reading the dark clouds of the Milky Way, the surgeons trepanning skulls with success rates that would shame 19th century Europe. What makes the Inca civilization most remarkable is not any single achievement, but the integration of all these achievements into a single coherent system. A system in which the agricultural technology fed the Mita labor force that built the roads that moved the quipu records, that tracked the tribute, that supplied the storehouses, that fed the army, that protected the sacred order, that legitimated the Sapa Inca, that directed the entire system from his golden throne in the navel of the world. Every element supported and was supported by every other element, and the whole was sustained by the specific cultural logic of Andean reciprocity, the understanding that every exchange of goods or labor was simultaneously an economic and a moral act. This integrated system was the product of barely a century of imperial development, from Pachacuti's victory over the Chanca in 1438 CE to the death of Huayna Capac in 1527 CE, the last Sapa Inca to rule an undivided empire. In that century, the Inca created the largest political unit in the pre-Columbian Americas and one of the most sophisticated administrative states in the history of the ancient world. And then, in the decade following 1527 CE, everything began to unravel, first through the civil war between Huayna Capac's heirs, then through the arrival of a European disease that killed millions, and finally through the most dramatic and most consequential collision between worlds in the history of the Americas. The 80 facts that remain will carry us through the Civil War, the smallpox pandemic, the Spanish conquest, the resistance of Manco Inca, the colonial destruction and the survival of Andean culture, and through the question of what the Inca Empire means for the world that inherited its ruins. The catastrophe is approaching, but the glory right now is at its absolute height. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 21. Huayna Capac, the last great conqueror. Huayna Capac, the 11th Sapa Inca, whose reign from approximately 1493 to 1527 CE extended the empire to its greatest geographical extent, and whose death triggered the catastrophic civil war that would leave the Inca state fatally weakened at precisely the moment it would face its most existential challenge, was the last Sapa Inca to rule Tawantinsuyu at the height of its power, and the last to die of natural causes on the throne. His reign was one of continuous military expansion in the north, pushing the empire's boundaries through modern Ecuador and into modern Colombia, and of the consolidation and administration of the enormous territory that Pachacuti and his son Topa Inca had conquered in the previous generation. Huayna Capac's military campaigns in the north were among the most difficult and most expensive in the history of the empire. The peoples of modern Ecuador, above all the Cañari and the Cayambe, resisted Inca expansion with a tenacity and a military effectiveness that forced the Inca to commit enormous resources over decades to achieve conquest. The Cayambe in particular fought the Inca to a standstill for years, and their eventual defeat was achieved only after a series of campaigns whose human cost was extraordinary by any standard. Huayna Capac reportedly executed tens of thousands of Cayambe warriors after their final defeat, filling a lake with their bodies, a lake that Andean tradition calls Yahuacocha, the Lake of Blood. The most consequential fact about Huayna Capac's reign, however, was not any military campaign, but something that arrived from the north with no army and no weapons. A new disease, unknown in the Andes, that spread through the population with catastrophic speed. Whether the disease was smallpox, typhus, or some other old-world pathogen that had traveled ahead of the Spanish through the indigenous trading networks of South America is debated by scholars, but its effects were not It killed an estimated 30 to 50% of the Andean population in the years around 1525 to 1527 CE, including Inca Capac himself, who died without definitively designating his heir. The pandemic that killed Inca Capac spread far ahead of any Spanish soldier, demonstrating the terrifying efficiency with which Old World pathogens moved through populations with no acquired immunity, arriving before the conquerors themselves. His death without a designated heir was the single most consequential political event in Inca history, the crack in the foundation through which the entire structure of the empire would ultimately collapse. Fact 22. The Civil War, Huáscar and Atahualpa. The civil war that erupted following the death of Inca Capac in approximately 1527 CE, the conflict between his two principal successors, Huáscar in Cusco and Atahualpa in Quito, for supreme control of Tawantinsuyu, was the most destructive internal conflict in the history of the Inca Empire, and the event that left the Inca state so severely weakened that the tiny Spanish force under Francisco Pizarro was able to achieve a conquest that would otherwise have been unthinkable. Inca Capac, who had spent much of his reign in the northern capital of Chumabamba, and who had maintained an unusually large court in Quito, left behind a court divided between supporters of his son by the Coya, the legitimate heir Huáscar in Cusco, and supporters of his son by a secondary wife, the northern-born Atahualpa, who had his primary power base in the northern territories of modern Ecuador. The specific question of which son Inca Capac had intended to succeed him was disputed from the moment of his death, and the dispute rapidly escalated from political rivalry into armed conflict. The war lasted from approximately 1529 to 1532 CE and devastated large portions of the empire. Huáscar, the legitimate heir with his base in the Inca heartland, initially had the advantage of the established political and military infrastructure of Cusco and its surrounding region. Atahualpa, commanding the battle-hardened veterans of his father's northern campaigns, had the advantage of military experience and the loyalty of the most effective army the empire possessed. After several years of bloody campaigning, Atahualpa's forces defeated Huáscar's armies in a series of decisive battles in 1532 CE, captured Huáscar himself, and were marching him in humiliation toward Quito when the Spanish arrived. The Civil War also divided the loyalties of the empire's many subject peoples, some of whom sided with Huáscar and some with Atahualpa, and some of whom would subsequently side with the Spanish, seeing in the European invaders an opportunity to escape Inca dominance. The fractured empire that Pizarro encountered in 1532 CE was not the unified state that had existed just 5 years before. Atahualpa's capture of his brother Huáscar, reportedly followed by the murder of Huáscar's wives, children, and supporters in an attempt to exterminate the opposing lineage, had added a dimension of unprecedented internal savagery that further alienated segments of the Inca population and made the Spanish seem, to some, like a preferable alternative to continued civil conflict. Fact 23. Francisco Pizarro, the Conquistador. Francisco Pizarro, the Spanish conquistador who led the expedition that conquered the Inca Empire between 1532 and 1572 CE, who captured the Sapa Inca Atahualpa in an audacious ambush at Cajamarca in November 1532, and who established the Spanish colonial system in Peru, was one of the most consequential and most morally problematic figures in the history of the Americas. A man of extraordinary personal courage and ruthless political calculation, who achieved, with a force of fewer than 200 men, the conquest of the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas at a human cost that was catastrophic by any measure. Pizarro was born in approximately 1471 CE in Trujillo in the Extremadura region of Spain, a region that produced a disproportionate number of the Spanish conquistadors, the illegitimate son of an army captain and a woman of humble birth, and he grew up illiterate and in poverty. He first came to the Americas in 1502 CE and spent decades in various capacities in the Caribbean and Central America before participating in the expedition of Vasco Núñez de Balboa that crossed the Isthmus of Panama and became the first Europeans to see the Pacific Ocean in 1513 CE. It was in Panama that rumors of a great empire to the south first reached him, and he spent the following years pursuing these rumors through 2 preliminary expeditions before obtaining the royal license from the Spanish crown that authorized him to conquer Peru, the name from which Peru derives. Pizarro's force when he made his final approach to the Inca Empire in 1532 CE was astonishingly small, approximately 168 men, with 62 horses and a small number of firearms. Against an empire of 12 million people and an army of tens of thousands, this force should have been insignificant. But Pizarro had on his side several enormous advantages. The immunological catastrophe of epidemic disease had already killed millions. The civil war had divided and exhausted the empire, and the terror that horses and firearms produced in populations that had never seen either. The conquest of the Inca Empire was not primarily a military achievement, it was an epidemiological one. The diseases that preceded Pizarro had already done the most consequential work before a single Spanish soldier set foot on Andean soil. Pizarro was also assisted by indigenous allies, peoples who had chafed under Inca rule and saw in the Spanish an opportunity to overthrow their overlords. The Cañari, longtime enemies of the Inca in modern Ecuador, provided crucial military and intelligence support to the Spanish throughout the conquest. Fact 24. Cajamarca, the ambush that changed the world. The events at Cajamarca on November 16, 1532 CE, the day on which Francisco Pizarro's small Spanish force ambushed and captured the Sapa Inca Atahualpa, at the culmination of a meeting that Atahualpa had every reason to believe would be a diplomatic encounter, constitute one of the most dramatic and most consequential single events in the history of human civilization. The moment at which the fate of the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas was determined in a matter of hours, and the specific manner of whose occurrence has been analyzed, debated, and moralized over by historians for nearly 5 centuries. Atahualpa, fresh from his victory in the Civil War, and commanding an army of approximately 40,000 to 80,000 soldiers encamped around Cajamarca, had agreed to meet Pizarro in the central plaza of the town. He came in state, carried on an enormous golden litter, surrounded by thousands of his finest soldiers and attendants, dressed in the elaborate garments of divine royalty, fully confident that the small band of foreign strangers he was meeting presented no meaningful military threat. The Spanish force, outnumbered by perhaps 200 to 1, was hidden in the buildings surrounding the plaza. The sequence of events that followed is clear in its broad outline. A Spanish friar named Vicente de Valverde approached Atahualpa and presented him with a Bible and a speech demanding that he accept Christianity and submit to the Spanish king. Atahualpa, who could not read and had no conception of the book's significance, reportedly examined it, received no voice from it, and threw it to the ground. Valverde called for the attack. The Spanish cavalry and infantry burst from the buildings surrounding the plaza, firing their firearms and charging on horseback into the packed crowd of Inca soldiers, who had been ordered not to carry weapons into the meeting. In approximately 2 hours, approximately 6,000 to 7,000 Inca soldiers and attendants were killed. Atahualpa was captured. Not a single Spaniard died. The defeat at Cajamarca demonstrated a fundamental asymmetry that would define the conquest. A small force with horses, steel, and firearms could devastate much larger forces armed with stone and bronze, particularly when those forces had never encountered any of these technologies before. For the Inca, the capture of a Sapa Inca was not merely a military defeat, it was a cosmological catastrophe. The sun of the sun had been taken by strangers. The divine order that governed the universe had been overturned. Fact 25. The ransom of Atahualpa, a room full of gold. The ransom offered by the captured Sapa Inca Atahualpa for his freedom, the offer to fill a room measuring approximately 17 feet long, 22 feet wide, and 8 feet high first with gold objects, and then twice over with silver, was one of the most dramatic and most revealing transactions in the history of the encounter between the European and Andean worlds. An act that simultaneously demonstrated the almost incomprehensible wealth of the Inca Empire, the specific Andean understanding of gold and silver as sacred materials rather than monetary commodities, and the utter incompatibility of the Inca political logic of reciprocal exchange with the Spanish logic of conquest and extraction. Atahualpa's offer was accepted by Pizarro, and over the following months, Inca subjects from throughout the empire brought gold and silver objects to Cajamarca in fulfillment of the ransom demand. The objects that arrived were among the most extraordinary examples of pre-Columbian metalwork ever assembled in one place. Golden statues, golden vessels, golden architectural elements stripped from the walls of the Coricancha and other temples, silver figurines and silver vessels of every description. The total quantity of metal collected, approximately 11 tons of gold and 26 tons of silver by modern estimates, represented one of the greatest concentrations of precious metal assembled at a single time in the history of the ancient world. The Spanish melted almost all of it down. The extraordinary works of goldsmithing, objects of artistic genius, representing the accumulated metalworking tradition of Andean civilization over thousands of years, were smelted into ingots and divided among the conquering force according to a formula that gave Pizarro the largest share and distributed the remainder according to rank. Each horseman received approximately 90 pounds of gold and 180 pounds of silver. Each foot soldier received approximately 45 pounds of gold and 90 pounds of silver. The losses to the history of art and material culture were incalculable. Atahualpa was not released. After the ransom had been paid, Pizarro had the Sapa Inca tried on charges of treason, murdering his brother Huascar and practicing idolatry, and had him executed by garroting in July 1533 CE. The last independent Sapa Inca of the undivided empire died in a public square in Cajamarca, having converted to Christianity at the moment of his death in order to avoid being burned and to preserve his body from mummification. Fact 26. The fall of Cusco, the Golden City dismantled. The Spanish entry into and occupation of Cusco, the sacred capital of the Inca Empire, the navel of the world, the city whose gold-covered temples and palaces had filled the imaginations of the conquistadors since they first heard rumors of the Great Southern Empire, occurred in November 1533 CE, approximately a year after the ambush at Cajamarca. As Pizarro led his force into the imperial capital, at the invitation of the Inca factions, who saw in the Spanish an opportunity to overturn Atahualpa's victory in the Civil War. The city that the Spanish entered was, by all accounts, one of the most magnificent in the world. The Spanish soldiers who marched through Cusco for the first time in November 1533 CE left accounts describing a city of extraordinary architectural beauty and material wealth. The great palaces of the Sapa Incas lining the main plaza, each maintained by the panaka of the deceased ruler who had built it, the Coricancha glittering with its remaining gold, the streets paved with stone, the fountains running with water brought by aqueducts from the mountains. And everywhere the evidence of an organizational and aesthetic achievement that dwarfed anything the Spanish had previously encountered in the Americas. The systematic dismantling of Cusco's gold began almost immediately. The gold sheets that lined the walls of the Coricancha, described by Spanish observers as producing a literally blinding effect in sunlight, were stripped, along with the golden garden of plants and animals that occupied the temple's inner courtyard. The palaces of the Inca rulers were stripped of their precious objects and their fine textiles. The religious images that served as the physical presences of the Inca deities were seized and either melted or sent to Spain as curiosities. The Spanish did not destroy Cusco's architecture, they built on it. The distinctive polygonal stone masonry of the Inca provided the foundations for the Spanish colonial city of Cusco, and walking through the city today one can still see Inca stonework forming the base of Spanish colonial buildings, a literal stratigraphy of conquest. The Inca stone walls that the Spanish built upon have proven dramatically more durable than the colonial masonry placed on top of them. Cusco's major earthquakes have repeatedly collapsed Spanish colonial structures, while the Inca foundations beneath them survived intact. This is one of the quiet ironies of the conquest. The civilization the Spanish conquered built more permanently than the civilization that conquered it. Fact 27. Manco Inca, the last resistance. Manco Inca Yupanqui, the son of Huayna Capac, whom the Spanish installed as a puppet Sapa Inca in Cusco following the execution of Atahualpa, and who subsequently escaped from Spanish custody in 1536 CE to lead the most serious and most nearly successful indigenous military resistance to the Spanish conquest of the Inca, was one of the most remarkable figures in the history of the encounter between the Inca Empire and European imperialism. A ruler who initially collaborated with his conquerors, recognized the depth of his mistake, and then organized and led a military campaign that came within a hair's breadth of expelling the Spanish from Peru entirely. The Spanish had initially treated Manco Inca with apparent respect, recognizing the political utility of a legitimate Inca ruler who could legitimize their authority in the eyes of the Inca population. But the specific humiliations that the conquistadors subjected him to, the seizure of his principal wife, the theft of his goods, the physical and sexual violence directed at him and his household, pushed him past the point of accommodation, and in April 1536 CE he escaped from the Spaniards in Cusco and began organizing the largest indigenous military resistance the Americas had seen since the conquest began. The rebellion that Manco led mobilized an estimated 100,000 to 200,000 warriors from throughout the surviving Inca territorial base, a force that surrounded and besieged both Cusco and Lima simultaneously in 1536 CE. The siege of Cusco lasted for several months, and at several points the Spanish garrison in the city appeared on the verge of being overwhelmed. Ultimately, Manco's rebellion failed, defeated by the Spanish cavalry's effectiveness in the open terrain of the Cusco Valley, by the arrival of reinforcements from Panama, and by the defection of many indigenous allies. Manco's rebellion failed, but it demonstrated something crucial. The Inca were not passive victims of conquest. The decades of Vilcabamba guerrilla warfare established a tradition of Andean resistance, whose descendants would eventually produce the great 18th century uprising of Tupac Amaru. Manco Inca's image, the Sapa Inca who chose resistance over collaboration, who nearly expelled the Spanish from Peru, who died undefeated in his mountain refuge, became one of the most potent symbols of Andean identity in the colonial and post-colonial periods, invoked by indigenous rights movements to the present. Fact 28. The Vilcabamba State, the last Inca. The Vilcabamba State, the small independent Inca polity, maintained in the remote mountain and cloud forest region of Vilcabamba, approximately 130 kilometers northwest of Cusco, by Manco Inca and three of his successors from 1537 to 1572 CE, was one of the most remarkable political survivals in the history of any colonized people. A genuine, if reduced, continuation of the Inca state that maintained the rituals of the Sapa Inca, the organization of the Inca court, and the political claim to sovereignty over all of Tawantinsuyu for nearly 40 years after the Spanish occupation of Cusco, and that served as the base for continuing military operations against the Spanish colonial regime that kept the conquest from ever being entirely complete. The Vilcabamba region that Manco Inca chose as his refuge was one of the most inaccessible in the Andes, a series of steep-sided valleys descending from the high Andes into the cloud forest and the upper Amazon basin, connected to the rest of the Inca world by narrow, easily defended mountain passes that could be held by small forces against much larger attacking armies. The Inca had built administrative infrastructure in the region as part of their management of the cloud forest zone, and Manco was able to draw on this infrastructure to establish a functioning state, however reduced, that continued to produce textiles, maintain the cult of the sun, and conduct diplomatic relations with both the Spanish colonial administration and independent Andean peoples. The Sapa Incas of Vilcabamba maintained a complex and often violent relationship with the Spanish colonial state in Cusco, alternating between negotiation and armed resistance, sometimes receiving Spanish visitors and missionaries, sometimes conducting raids on colonial settlements and trade routes. Manco Inca himself was assassinated in 1544 CE by Spanish renegades whom he had sheltered, a fitting end for a ruler whose political career had been defined by the lethal consequences of misplaced trust. His successors Seri Tupac, Titicaca Yupanqui, and Tupac Amaru continued the resistance until 1572 CE, when the Spanish viceroy Francisco de Toledo launched a military campaign that captured and executed Tupac Amaru, ending the last independent Inca state. Tupac Amaru's execution in the plaza of Cusco in September 1572 CE, before an enormous crowd of indigenous witnesses who reportedly wept at the death of the last legitimate Sapa Inca, closed the political chapter of the Inca Empire. But it did not close the cultural chapter, which is still being written today. Fact 29. The demographic catastrophe, the death of millions. The demographic catastrophe that accompanied the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire, the collapse of the Andean population from an estimated 10 to 12 million people at the time of Pizarro's arrival to perhaps 600,000 to 1 million by the end of the 16th century CE, was one of the most severe population crashes in the history of human civilization. Proportionally comparable to the Black Death in medieval Europe, but substantially larger in absolute terms and more diverse in its causes. Understanding this catastrophe is essential to understanding everything about the colonial period that followed and about the long-term consequences of the encounter between the Old World and the Andean civilizations. The primary driver of the population collapse was epidemic disease, above all smallpox, measles, typhus, and influenza, the great killers that populations with no previous exposure to these pathogens were entirely unable to resist. The first great epidemic, possibly smallpox, had already killed Huayna Capac and devastated the empire before Pizarro arrived. Subsequent epidemics struck with terrible regularity throughout the 16th century, each finding a population weakened by the previous outbreak and unable to maintain the agricultural and social infrastructure that sustained life. The mortality rate in the worst affected epidemics may have exceeded 80% of the exposed population, a lethality that makes the Black Death's one-third mortality seem almost gentle by comparison. Disease was not the only cause of population collapse. The disruption of the Inca redistributive economy, the destruction of the storehouses, the collapse of the Mita labor system, the breakdown of the agricultural terracing and irrigation infrastructure, produced famines in regions that had never experienced food shortage under Inca administration. The violence of the conquest itself, the brutal labor conditions of the silver and mercury mines to which the Spanish colonial system directed indigenous workers, and the social and psychological disruption of a total civilizational collapse all contributed to a demographic catastrophe of extraordinary dimensions. The survivors of this catastrophe were the ancestors of the indigenous Andean population of today, the Quechua and Aymara speakers of Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, whose cultures represent the living continuation of the Inca civilization, beneath and beyond the colonial system that was imposed upon them. Fact 30, the Inca at 30, the weight of loss. 30 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, and the story has reached its most terrible chapter. The ambush at Cajamarca, the room filled with gold that bought nothing, the golden city stripped of its sacred metal, the great resistance that almost succeeded, the last Inca executed in the plaza of Cusco while crowds wept, the millions dead of diseases that arrived before the soldiers. This is not a comfortable history. It is one of the most consequential and most morally challenging encounters in the history of human civilization, and its consequences are still being lived today in the Andean nations, whose indigenous populations carry in their languages, their ceremonies, their agricultural practices, and their social organizations the surviving threads of the civilization that was shattered but not destroyed. The specific character of what was lost when the Spanish conquered the Inca Empire is almost impossible to fully account. The gold is gone, melted into ingots 5 centuries ago. The quipu records are largely gone, burned by colonial authorities who feared their content. The institutional knowledge of the state, the administrative systems, the ecological management practices, the astronomical calendar, the pharmacopoeia was disrupted and partially destroyed in the course of a colonial system that regarded indigenous knowledge as superstition. The royal mummies that had served as living presences in the political life of Cusco were seized by Spanish authorities and destroyed. The Coricancha's golden garden was melted down. And yet what survived is extraordinary. The Quechua language, spoken by approximately 8 to 10 million people across Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and parts of Colombia and Argentina, is the most widely spoken indigenous language in the Americas and a living transmission of the Inca cultural world. The agricultural varieties developed by Andean farmers over thousands of years, the potato, the quinoa, the maize, the dozens of tubers and grains that the Inca cultivated feed billions of people worldwide. The agricultural terraces of the Inca still irrigate fields in the Andes. Inti Raymi is still celebrated in Cusco each June. 70 facts remain. They will carry us through the colonial period, the survival of Andean culture beneath the surface of Spanish civilization, and the question of what the Inca Empire means for the 21st century world. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 31, the Spanish colonial system, encomienda and mita. The Spanish colonial system that replaced the Inca Empire in Peru, the administrative, economic, and religious apparatus that the Spanish crown established over the following decades after the conquest, drew on both the institutional structures of Spanish colonial administration as it had developed in the Caribbean and Mexico, and on the specific organizational features of the Inca state that it was dismantling. Producing in the Andes a hybrid colonial order whose specific characteristics shaped Andean society for 3 centuries, and whose consequences are still visible in the social and economic structures of modern Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador. The primary institutions through which the Spanish organized the economic extraction of Andean wealth were the encomienda and the colonial version of the mita. The encomienda, the grant of the labor and tribute of a specified number of indigenous people to a Spanish settler, was the foundational institution of the early colonial economy, giving the encomenderos the right to demand labor and tribute payments from the indigenous communities under their authority. The encomienda was theoretically accompanied by the obligation to provide Christian instruction and physical protection to the indigenous population, but in practice the protections were minimal and the exploitation was brutal. The colonial mita, adapted from the Inca labor obligation system, but stripped of the reciprocal obligations that had given the Inca system its redistributive character, was most notoriously deployed in the silver mines of Potosi, the extraordinary mountain in modern Bolivia, whose interior contained one of the richest silver deposits in the history of the ancient world. The silver of Potosi, mined by indigenous workers conscripted through the colonial mita system, financed the Spanish Empire for more than a century, but at an extraordinary human cost. The death rate in the Potosi mines was such that indigenous communities from throughout the Andes experienced it as a death sentence, and the mercury used in silver processing produced poisoning on a massive scale. The legacy of the colonial economic system, the concentration of land in the hands of Spanish and Creole elites. The reduction of the indigenous population to landlessness and labor dependency shaped the fundamental social structure of the Andean republics that emerged after independence and contributed to the inequalities that characterize them to the present day. Fact 32. Potosi, the mountain that ate men. The Silver Mountain of Potosi, the Cerro Rico, the rich hill, that rises above the high Bolivian altiplano at approximately 4,090 meters above sea level, and whose extraordinary deposits of silver ore made it the primary source of precious metal for the Spanish Empire for more than a century, was simultaneously the greatest industrial enterprise of the 16th century world, one of the largest cities in the Western Hemisphere during its period of peak production, and one of the most lethal workplaces in the history of human civilization, consuming the lives of indigenous workers on a scale that contemporary observers described as a continuous industrial slaughter. The silver deposits at Potosi were discovered by the Spanish in 1545 CE, within a decade of the conquest of the Inca Empire, and the mountain's exploitation began almost immediately on a massive scale. At its peak in the late 16th and early 17th centuries CE, the city of Potosi had a population of approximately 160,000 people, making it comparable in size to the largest cities in contemporary Europe, supported entirely by the silver economy. The colonial mint at Potosi struck the silver coins, the famous pieces of 8 that financed the Spanish Empire's wars in Europe, its commercial ventures in Asia, and its colonial administration throughout the Americas. The indigenous workers who mined the silver were conscripted through the colonial mita system, a perversion of the Inca labor obligation that replaced the Incas' redistributive reciprocity with pure extraction. Workers were assigned to 6-month rotations in the mines, working in conditions of extreme danger, poor ventilation, and constant exposure to mercury vapor from the amalgamation process used to refine the silver ore. The mortality rate among mita workers was catastrophic. Some estimates suggest that the mines killed 1 in 7 workers during a single 6-month rotation, and the communities from which workers were drawn experienced a continuous drain of their able-bodied adult male population. The Andean saying that circulated during the colonial period, "A silver coin from Potosi costs an Indian's life," was not hyperbole. Modern historians estimate that as many as 8 million indigenous workers died in the Potosi mines and the mercury mines of Huancavelica over the colonial period, making Potosi one of the most lethal sites of industrial production in the history of any civilization. Fact 33. The Church and the Inca, Conversion and Survival. The Catholic Church, the religious institution whose missionaries accompanied the Spanish conquistadors, and whose conversion of the indigenous population was the primary stated justification for the Spanish colonial project in the Americas, played a complex, contradictory, and ultimately consequential role in the history of the Andean peoples after the conquest, simultaneously destroying the physical expressions of the Inca religious system, providing some protection to the indigenous population from the worst abuses of colonial exploitation, and preserving in the very act of recording the religious practices they intended to extirpate an invaluable documentary record of Inca civilization that would not otherwise have survived. The destruction of the Inca religious infrastructure began with the conquest itself, the seizure and melting of the sacred objects of the Coricancha, the dismantling of the solar temples throughout the empire, the seizure and destruction of the royal mummies, and continued throughout the colonial period in the form of systematic campaigns against indigenous religious practice called extirpations de idolatrias, extirpations of idolatry. These campaigns involved the forced confession of indigenous religious leaders, the destruction of religious objects, the burning of quipus, and the punishment of communities found to be maintaining the ceremonies and beliefs of the Inca period. And yet the extirpation campaigns were never entirely successful, and their own documentation of what they were trying to destroy preserved the most detailed accounts of Inca religious practice available to modern scholars. The missionaries who recorded indigenous beliefs in order to identify and destroy them produced works like Francisco de Avila's 1598 CE document on Huarocari, a collection of Andean myths and religious practices recorded in Quechua that are now among the most important primary sources for understanding the pre-Columbian Andean world. The result of 3 centuries of colonial religious pressure was not the destruction of Andean religion, but its transformation, a process of syncretism in which Catholic and Andean religious elements merged into new hybrid forms that satisfied colonial authorities' surface requirements while preserving beneath them the essential structures of Andean cosmological belief. Pachamama continued to be honored. The Huacas were identified with Christian saints. the agricultural ceremonies of the Inca calendar were mapped onto the Christian liturgical year. The Andean religious world survived in disguise. Fact 34. Tupac Amaru II, the Great Rebellion. The rebellion of José Gabriel Condorcanqui, who took the name Tupac Amaru II in honor of the last Inca ruler, executed by the Spanish in 1572 CE, and who led the largest and most nearly successful indigenous uprising in the history of colonial Latin America between 1780 and 1781 CE, was the most dramatic and most consequential expression of the tradition of Andean resistance to colonial rule that had been simmering beneath the surface of colonial society since the defeat of Manco Inca's rebellion in the 1530s CE. José Gabriel Condorcanqui was a cacique, a hereditary indigenous leader, in the Cusco region who claimed descent from the Inca royal lineage and who had spent years unsuccessfully pursuing legal remedies for the abuses of the colonial system, particularly the brutal exploitation of indigenous workers through the colonial mita. His legal advocacy exhausted and his community's suffering continuing, he turned to rebellion in November 1780 CE, beginning by capturing and publicly executing the colonial official Antonio Durriaga, whose exploitation of his community had been especially notorious. The rebellion spread with astonishing speed throughout the southern Andes, attracting Quechua and Aymara speakers, mestizos, and even some Creoles to the cause of ending the colonial exploitation of the indigenous population. At its height, the rebellion controlled large areas of the southern Andes and besieged the city of Cusco itself. The rebellion was ultimately crushed in May 1781 CE when Tupac Amaru II was captured. The Spanish executed him in the plaza of Cusco in an elaborate and deliberately cruel public spectacle, and then executed his wife, his children, and his close associates in a campaign of reprisal designed to extinguish the movement. The name Tupac Amaru has continued to be invoked across Latin America in liberation movements from Peru to Uruguay, where the Tupamaros guerrilla organization of the 1960s took its name, testament to the continuing power of the Inca resistance tradition as a political symbol. The suppression of the Tupac Amaru II rebellion was followed by a deliberate colonial campaign to erase the Inca cultural legacy, banning the depiction of Inca rulers, prohibiting the use of traditional Andean dress by indigenous elites, and suppressing the Quechua language in public life. The colonial authorities understood that the idea of the Inca was too dangerous to allow to survive unchecked in the minds of the millions of Andean people they governed. Fact 35. Andean survival, culture beneath the surface. The survival of Andean culture beneath the surface of 3 centuries of colonial rule, the specific ways in which the Quechua and Aymara-speaking peoples of the Andes maintained their languages, their cosmological beliefs, their agricultural practices, their social organizations, and their sense of collective identity in the face of systematic colonial attempts to transform them into Catholic, Spanish-speaking, tribute-paying subjects of the Spanish crown, is one of the most remarkable stories of cultural resilience in the history of human civilization, and its consequences are visible today in every dimension of Andean social and cultural life. The most fundamental carrier of Andean cultural continuity was the Quechua language, the language that the Inca had spread throughout the empire as a language of administration and trade. And that had become so deeply embedded in Andean life that 3 centuries of Spanish colonial rule, a century of Spanish language education, and decades of deliberate cultural assimilation policy have not succeeded in eliminating it. Quechua's survival reflects both its deep roots in Andean cultural identity and the specific social conditions of the Andean highlands, the geographic isolation of many communities, the persistence of subsistence agricultural economies that did not require Spanish, and the specific functions that Quechua continued to serve as the language of community, ceremony, and intimate social life. The agricultural knowledge of the Inca period survived through the continuous practice of Andean farming communities who maintained crop varieties, terracing systems, and ecological management practices through generations of colonial disruption. The potato varieties that Andean farmers continued to cultivate, more than 3,000 varieties, maintaining the genetic diversity developed over thousands of years, represented a living genetic library that survived the colonial period because it was embedded in daily practice rather than in institutions that could be targeted and destroyed. The ceremonial life of the Inca period survived in transformed but recognizable forms through the process of syncretism, the mapping of Andean sacred observances onto the Catholic liturgical calendar, the identification of huarcas with Christian saints, the continuation of agricultural ceremonies in the form of festivals nominally dedicated to Catholic feast days. Anthropologists and historians of the 20th century found that beneath the Catholic surface of Andean religious practice lay a coherent Andean cosmological system that had never actually been replaced. Fact 36. Andean cosmology, the living world. The cosmological system of the Andean peoples, the specific understanding of the nature of the universe, the relationship between human beings and the sacred powers of the natural world, and the obligations that this relationship entails, was one of the most distinctive and most carefully elaborated philosophical traditions in the pre-Columbian Americas. A worldview in which every element of the natural environment was understood as alive and as possessing its own form of consciousness and agency, in which the human community existed in a web of ongoing reciprocal relationships with the sacred forces of the landscape, and in which the maintenance of these relationships through proper ceremonial and practical conduct was the primary ethical obligation of individual and community alike. The central concept of Andean cosmological thinking was the principle of Aini, the sacred reciprocity that governed all relationships in the Andean world, from the exchange of labor between neighbors to the relationship between human communities and the mountains that protected them. Aini required that every receipt be balanced by a corresponding gift, every demand by a corresponding provision. The Inca imperial system had built its mita labor obligation on this principle of reciprocal exchange, and its systematic violation by the Spanish colonial system, which demanded labor without providing the reciprocal gifts that Andean ethics required, was experienced not merely as economic exploitation, but as a profound cosmological violation. The mountains, the Apus, occupied a special place in the Andean sacred geography. Each major mountain was understood as a powerful sacred being whose goodwill was essential to the welfare of the communities in its domain, and whose displeasure, manifested as drought, frost, or earthquake, was the consequence of inadequate ceremonial attention. Offerings of coca leaves, llama fat, silver, and chicha poured into the earth at specific sacred locations were one of the most deeply rooted elements of Andean religious practice, surviving 3 centuries of colonial repression because they were embedded in the agricultural practice of communities that could not afford to neglect the sacred powers governing the frost and the rain. The concept of pacha, the Quechua term referring simultaneously to the earth, the time, the cosmos, and the specific moment in which one exists, expressed the Andean understanding that time, space, and the material world were not separate dimensions of existence, but aspects of a single living reality in continuous dynamic relationship. Facts 37. The Inca gold, where did it go? The gold and silver of the Inca Empire, the accumulated precious metal of a civilization that had been producing and collecting these materials for centuries, that had lined the walls of its temples and filled its storehouses with sacred objects, and that represented in its totality one of the greatest concentrations of precious metal in the ancient world, was in its vast majority melted down and converted to ingots by the Spanish in the first decades following the conquest. But the story of the Inca gold does not end entirely with the melt pots of Cajamarca and Cusco, and the persistent legends of hidden Inca treasure have driven treasure hunters, archaeologists, and romantics to extraordinary lengths for nearly 5 centuries. The specific legend that has generated the most sustained search effort is that of the ransom gold that never arrived. According to this tradition, a great llama caravan was in the process of carrying a substantial portion of the ransom for Atahualpa's release when news arrived that the Sapa Inca had already been executed. The caravan leader, unwilling to deliver the treasure to the men who had murdered the ruler it was supposed to save, hid the gold in a location that has never been found. The quantity of gold involved in this legend, sometimes described as sufficient to fill a room the size of the ransom chamber itself, would represent an extraordinary archaeological find if it were ever located. The sacred objects that the Inca concealed from the Spanish are a more historically verifiable phenomenon. As the Spanish systematically looted the religious infrastructure of the empire, Inca priests and community leaders hid sacred objects, golden images of the sun and moon, mummified rulers, sacred textiles, and ritual equipment, in locations the Spanish would not find. Some of these objects were recovered in Spanish extirpation campaigns. Others appear to have been successfully hidden and are presumably still somewhere in the Andes, waiting to be found. The most tantalizing specific candidate for a significant hidden treasure is the hypothetical location of the mummies of the Inca rulers, the royal ancestors whose presence in Cusco's ceremonial life was so central that their seizure and destruction by the Spanish was one of the most devastating acts of the entire conquest. Some scholars believe that at least some of the royal mummies were removed from Cusco before the Spanish could seize them, and that their location remains unknown. Fact 38. The Inca legacy in Peru today. The legacy of the Inca Empire in contemporary Peru the specific ways in which the civilization of Tawantinsuyu continues to shape the culture, the politics, the agriculture, the language, and the self-understanding of the Peruvian nation nearly 5 centuries after the Spanish conquest, is one of the most complex and most contested dimensions of Peruvian national identity. A legacy that has been simultaneously celebrated as the foundation of Peruvian national pride, politically mobilized by indigenous rights movements demanding the recognition of Andean people's rights, and used by nationalist politicians as a symbol of national greatness in ways that sometimes serve to obscure the actual conditions of Peru's indigenous population. The most concrete expressions of the Inca legacy in contemporary Peru are linguistic, agricultural, and architectural. Quechua is co-official with Spanish in Peru and is spoken as a first language by approximately 4 million Peruvians, primarily in the highland regions of the former Inca heartland. The agricultural varieties that Andean farmers maintained through the colonial period, above all the extraordinary diversity of Andean potato and maize varieties, are now the subject of serious scientific attention as repositories of genetic diversity whose specific traits have enormous potential value for food security in a world of changing climate. The archaeological heritage of the Inca is Peru's primary tourist asset and a major driver of the national economy. Machu Picchu alone receives approximately 1 to 2 million visitors annually. The management of this heritage, the tension between the commercial exploitation of archaeological sites, the conservation requirements of irreplaceable cultural monuments, and the rights of the indigenous communities whose ancestors created them, is one of the central contested questions of contemporary Peruvian cultural politics. The political mobilization of the Inca legacy, the use of Inca symbols, Quechua language, and the imagery of pre-Columbian civilization by indigenous rights movements, leftist political parties, and nationalist politicians across the Andean countries, reflects the persistent power of the Inca heritage as a source of collective identity and political legitimacy for populations that experienced the colonial period as a catastrophic disruption of a dignified and sophisticated civilization whose memory provides both a source of pride and a standard against which the injustices of the colonial and post-colonial periods can be measured. Fact 39. The Inca and the Modern World, Agriculture's Debt. The debt that the modern world owes to the agricultural innovations of the Andean civilization, specifically the food crops domesticated by Andean farmers over thousands of years of selective cultivation and maintained through the Inca period and beyond, is one of the least appreciated but most consequential legacies of any pre-Columbian civilization. A contribution to global human nutrition and survival that has affected the lives of billions of people who have never heard the name of the Inca and who eat daily the products of Andean agricultural genius without any awareness of their origin. The potato, the most important gift of Andean civilization to the world, is today the world's 4th most important food crop by production volume, after wheat, maize, and rice, and it is the primary caloric staple for hundreds of millions of people in Europe, North America, and Asia. The introduction of the potato to Europe following the Spanish conquest transformed the agricultural capacity of the continent in ways that supported the population growth and the urbanization of the Industrial Revolution, and its role as a staple food in Ireland, Germany, Scandinavia, and Russia made it one of the primary drivers of European demographic expansion in the 18th and 19th centuries. The potato's journey from the Andean highlands to the world's tables was not immediate or simple. European farmers were initially suspicious of the unfamiliar tuber, and it took decades of promotion, including famously by Frederick the Great of Prussia and Marie Antoinette of France, before the potato became widely accepted as a food crop. But once accepted, it spread with remarkable speed across the temperate world, providing a caloric density per unit of land significantly greater than any alternative grain crop, and enabling cultivation in climates and on soils where grain agriculture was marginal or impossible. Alongside the potato, Andean civilization gave the world quinoa, the grain-like seed whose extraordinary nutritional profile, combining complete protein with complex carbohydrates in a form adapted to high-altitude cultivation, has made it one of the most commercially successful global superfoods of the 21st century. The tomato, domesticated in South America and spread to Europe after the conquest, transformed Italian, Spanish, and Mediterranean cuisine so completely that it is now impossible to imagine those culinary traditions without it. Fact 40. The Inca at 40, a civilization's reach. 40 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, and the full reach of this civilization across time, across space, and across the boundaries between the ancient and the modern world, is becoming visible in a way that the conventional image of the Inca as simply a pre-Columbian people conquered by the Spanish cannot adequately capture. The Inca Empire was a civilization of genuine and extraordinary achievement, whose specific innovations in organization, in agriculture, in architecture, in the management of ecological diversity, have left permanent marks on the world that was built on its ruins. The potato on your dinner table is an Inca innovation, maintained through 3,000 years of Andean selective breeding. The terrace agriculture that prevents erosion on steep slopes worldwide is an Inca technique, practiced today in the Himalayas, the Mediterranean, and the Philippines. The concept of a state managed through labor obligation rather than monetary taxation is an Inca solution to a universal problem of governance that other civilizations have repeatedly reinvented. The ability to maintain a complex administrative state without writing, using instead a spatial encoding system of fiber and knots, remains one of the most intellectually extraordinary achievements in the history of information management. And the human community that created these achievements, the Andean peoples whose ancestors built Machu Picchu, terraced the mountains, maintained 3,000 varieties of potato, and organized the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas, has not vanished. They are present in the approximately 20 million Quechua speakers of Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Colombia, in the agricultural communities of the Andes who still farm the varieties and the terraces of their ancestors, in the ceremonial traditions that have maintained continuity with the Inca religious world beneath the surface of 5 centuries of colonial and post-colonial history. 60 facts remain. They will carry us through the deeper details of the Inca world, the sacred geography, the specific technologies of the roads and bridges, the lives of ordinary Andean people under Inca and colonial rule, and the question of what the Inca tradition still has to say to the 21st century world. The potato on your plate was invented by the Inca. The terrace on the Himalayan hillside was first cut by an Andean farmer. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 41. The Inca bridges, engineering the impossible. The suspension bridges of the Inca Empire, the Quechua, the grass rope bridges that carried the Quhapac Nian across the gorges and rivers that cut through the Andean landscape, were among the most extraordinary engineering achievements of the pre-Columbian world. Structures that solved, with locally available materials and the organized labor of the Mita system, one of the most challenging problems in Andean infrastructure, the crossing of the deep river gorges that separated the mountain communities of the highlands from each other and from the valleys and coasts below. Inca suspension bridges were woven from iku grass, the tough, flexible highland grass that grew abundantly on the Puna above 4,000 meters, braided into cables of extraordinary tensile strength and thickness. The cables, some of which were as thick as a human torso, were anchored to stone abutments on either bank of the gorge and supported a walkway of wooden planks and woven grass that allowed foot travelers and llama caravans to cross. The longest Inca suspension bridges spanned gorges more than 60 meters wide, swaying gently in the wind above rivers hundreds of meters below, structures that inspired genuine awe in the Spanish soldiers who first crossed them and that the Spanish initially refused to believe could support their weight. The bridge over the Apurimac River at the location called Huacachaca, spanning approximately 45 meters across a gorge above one of the most sacred rivers in the Andean world, was maintained by the communities of the surrounding area as a Mita obligation for nearly 500 years after the conquest, with the entire bridge being replaced every 2 years by collective labor. The Quechua Bridge, the direct descendant of the original Inca crossing, was last rebuilt in 2019 CE according to the same methods used for 5 centuries, a living transmission of Inca engineering practice that UNESCO has recognized as intangible cultural heritage. The specific engineering insight that made the Inca suspension bridge possible, the use of braided vegetable fiber cable rather than the iron chains that European suspension bridges required, allowed the Inca to build these structures anywhere the grass grew, using only the materials available in the highland environment and the labor of the communities who depended on the crossing. Structures European engineers built required industrial metal. The Inca built the equivalent from grass. Fact 42. Inca stonework, the architecture of perfection. The stonework of the Inca civilization, the distinctive technique of fitting precisely shaped blocks of stone together without mortar, using only the friction and gravity created by the perfect contact between adjacent stone faces, to create walls and structures of extraordinary stability and beauty, is one of the most admired and most studied achievements in the history of world architecture. A masonry technique developed without metal tools, without the wheel, and without the draft animals that other ancient civilizations employed in major construction, and whose results have proven more durable, more beautiful, and more earthquake-resistant than virtually any other masonry tradition in the history of the ancient world. The distinctive appearance of Inca stonework, the slightly convex faces of individual stones, the irregular polygonal shapes that interlock like the pieces of a three-dimensional puzzle, the deeply cut joints that shadow the seams between blocks, reflects a specific set of technical choices made by Inca builders in response to the specific geological and seismic conditions of the Andes. The absence of mortar in Inca construction was not a limitation of their technique, but a deliberate architectural choice. Mortared walls are rigid and brittle under seismic stress, while the dry-fitted blocks of Inca construction can shift very slightly under earthquake vibration and then return to their original position, absorbing the energy that would shatter a mortared wall. The largest stones in Inca construction, the great polygonal blocks of Sacsayhuaman, the fortress complex above Cusco, the largest of which weigh more than 100 tons, were moved from quarries several kilometers away and raised into position without metal tools or wheeled vehicles, using only human labor, wooden rollers, earthen ramps, and the principle of leverage. The process required the organized effort of thousands of mitre workers over years of sustained work, demonstrating the organizational capacity of the Inca state as clearly as any administrative document. The technique used by Inca masons to achieve the perfect fitting of irregularly shaped stones is still not fully understood. The stones were shaped by other stones, hammerstones of harder rock used to peck and abrade the surface until the desired shape was achieved, and the final fitting was achieved through a process of progressive refinement, whose specific methods are reconstructed differently by different scholars. Fact 43. The Inca and gold, sacred metal. The gold that so obsessed the Spanish conquistadors, the gold they melted, the gold they tortured for, the gold whose extraction consumed millions of indigenous lives, was not in the Andean cosmological understanding the same substance that the Spanish were pursuing. For the Spanish, gold was money, it was power, it was the thing that the entire colonial enterprise was organized to extract. For the Inca, gold was something entirely different. The sweat of the sun, the physical manifestation of Inti's sacred light on earth, a substance so charged with divine power that its primary appropriate use was not economic exchange, but sacred offering and adornment. The Andean tradition of goldworking was among the oldest and most sophisticated in the pre-Columbian Americas. Goldworking in the Andes begins at least as early as 2000 BCE in the cultures of the northern Peruvian coast, and the millennia of technical development that preceded the Inca period produced a range of goldworking techniques: lost wax casting, hammering, alloying, and surface enrichment, whose results were of extraordinary quality and sophistication. The Inca inherited this tradition and systematized it, organizing the production of gold objects as a state enterprise and directing the output primarily toward the decoration of temples and the adornment of the Sapa Inca and the divine images. The specific symbolic significance of gold in the Andean cosmological system was its connection to the sun. Gold, with its warm yellow color, its reflectivity, and its resistance to tarnishing, was understood as a material that embodied the qualities of solar light: warm, permanent, life-giving, and divine. Silver, by contrast, was understood as the tears of the moon. The combination of gold and silver in Inca sacred objects, the golden disk of the sun accompanied by the silver disk of the moon, expressed in physical form the fundamental cosmological principle of complementary duality that organized Andean understanding of the universe. The tragic irony of the colonial encounter with Andean gold was that the Spanish removed it from its cosmological context entirely, treating as money a substance the Andean world had understood as the body of the divine, and melting into fungible ingots objects whose meaning was inseparable from their form. The great golden disk of Inti from the Coricancha, reportedly large enough to fill an entire wall and blazing with emeralds, has never been found. It may be the greatest single art historical loss of the conquest. Fact 44. The Inca calendar, measuring time in the mountains. The calendar system of the Inca civilization, the complex structure of solar observations, lunar cycles, stellar risings, and agricultural markers through which the Inca organized the year into a sequence of months and ceremonies that synchronized the activities of human communities with the cycles of the natural world, was one of the most sophisticated timekeeping systems in the pre-Columbian Americas. A calendar that served simultaneously as an agricultural planning tool, a religious observance schedule, a social coordination mechanism, and a cosmological statement about the relationship between the human world and the cosmic order. The Inca year was organized around a cycle of 12 lunar months, each associated with specific agricultural activities and specific religious ceremonies, combined with a solar year of 365 days that was tracked through the Sucanca pillar system around Cusco, and through the sex system of sacred lines. The tension between the lunar and solar cycles, the fact that 12 lunar months equal only 354 days, 11 days shorter than the solar year, required periodic intercalation to keep the calendar aligned with the seasons, and the specific methods the Inca used to accomplish this reconciliation are still the subject of scholarly investigation. The Inca months were each associated with a specific ceremony. The month of planting had its planting ceremony, the month of harvest its harvest ceremony, the month of the Pleiades its astronomical observation, the months of the solstices their great festivals of Inti Raymi and Capac Raymi. The sequence of monthly ceremonies organized the collective life of Cusco, and through the provincial administration, the collective life of the entire empire in a synchronized annual cycle, whose observance maintained the relationship between the human community and the divine powers on which agricultural success depended. The Inca calendar's specific features, its dual solar-lunar structure, its combination of celestial observation with agricultural timing, and its integration with the sex system of sacred lines and sites, reflect a characteristic Andean approach to time as something not merely measured but inhabited. Time was not an abstract container, but a qualitative dimension of existence whose specific character at each moment, sacred or ordinary, auspicious or dangerous, wet or dry, shaped what was possible and what was required. Fact 45. Ordinary life in the Inca Empire, the farmer and the village. The daily life of the ordinary farmer who formed the vast majority of the Inca Empire's population, the Ayllu member, the member of the basic Andean kinship and community unit, who worked the agricultural terraces of his community, fulfilled his mitre obligations to the state, participated in the ceremonial life of his community's religious calendar, and lived out his life in the specific ecological zone that his community's location determined, was organized by a set of social structures, obligations, and material conditions that differed significantly from the lives of the Inca nobility and the administrative class, but that expressed in their own way the specific values and the specific solutions of Andean civilization. The Ayllu, the basic unit of Andean social organization, a group of households united by real or fictive kinship ties, shared ownership of agricultural land, and mutual obligations of labor exchange, was the foundation of the Inca social structure and the primary institution through which the ordinary Andean person experienced the demands and the benefits of the imperial system. The Ayllu collectively managed the agricultural land of the community, organized the Aini and Minca labor exchanges through which community projects were accomplished, and maintained the ceremonial life that connected the community to the sacred powers of its specific landscape. The Ayllu was simultaneously an economic unit, a kinship group, a religious community, and the primary social identity of its members. The material life of the ordinary Inca period farmer was shaped above all by the specific ecological zone in which the community lived. Highland communities lived primarily on potatoes, quinoa, and other Andean tubers and grains, supplemented by dried llama meat. Coastal communities lived primarily on maize, squash, beans, and the extraordinary abundance of the Pacific Ocean's cold Humboldt current fishery, anchovies, sardines, shellfish, and the larger fish that fed on them. Cloud forest communities had access to tropical fruits, coca, and the products of the forest edge. The specific combination of products available to each community was determined by its altitude and its relationship to the trading networks allowing the exchange of highland and lowland products. The organization of labor in ordinary Andean life was governed by the principle of reciprocity, the Aini and Minca obligations that required community members to provide labor to their neighbors in exchange for equivalent labor, sustaining collective life without money or market exchange. Fact 46. The Inca and death, the living ancestors. The specific understanding of death in the Inca cultural world, the cosmological framework within which the transition from life to death was understood, the social practices through which the dead were incorporated into the ongoing life of the community, and the institutional structures through which the royal dead continued to exercise political and religious functions in the world of the living, was one of the most distinctive and most consequential aspects of the Inca civilization. Shaping the political dynamics of the empire, the architectural landscape of Cusco, and the daily ceremonial life of Andean communities in ways that had no precise equivalent in any other ancient civilization. The fundamental principle of Andean mortuary culture was the continuity between the living and the dead, the understanding that death did not terminate a person's membership in the community, but transformed it, moving the deceased from the category of active participant to the category of ancestor, a sacred presence whose relationship to the living community required ongoing maintenance through offerings, ceremonies, and attention. The bodies of the Andean dead were carefully preserved, mummified by the cold, dry air of the highlands, and maintained in the houses of their relatives, periodically unwrapped to be fed, given offerings, and consulted on matters concerning the community's welfare. At the level of the royal court, this principle of ancestral continuity was elaborated into the extraordinary institution of the royal panaca, the corporate household of each deceased Sapa Inca, maintained in perpetuity by a group of descendants whose primary function was the ongoing care and ceremonial maintenance of the royal mummy. The panaca maintained the deceased Sapa Inca's palace, fields, herds, and servants. It organized the ceremonies at which the royal mummy was brought out to participate in the great festivals of the Inca calendar, and it managed the political and economic interests of the deceased ruler in the ongoing competition for resources and influence that characterized the Inca court. The specific political consequence of this institution, the split inheritance system in which the deceased Sapa Inca retained all his accumulated wealth and the new ruler inherited only the title, drove the continuous need for military expansion, as each new ruler needed to conquer new territories to create his own wealth base. The royal dead were thus a direct cause of imperial growth. Fact 47. The Inca and War, Tactics, Symbols, and the Sacred. The specific character of warfare in the Inca world, the combination of military tactics, symbolic and ritual dimensions, administrative logistics, and psychological strategy that made the Inca military the most formidable in the pre-Columbian Americas, reflected the specific values and the specific organizational capacities of the imperial state, and expressed in concentrated form the Inca understanding of political authority as simultaneously military, divine, and administrative in its foundation. The logistical dimension of Inca warfare was perhaps its most decisive advantage over the peoples it fought. The road network, the tambo way stations, and the Colca storehouse system made it possible to move large armies across enormous distances and to sustain them in the field for extended periods without foraging from local populations, a logistical capability that most of the Inca's opponents could not match. An Inca army on campaign could be fed from state storehouses, equipped with weapons from state arsenals, and supplied with clothing from state textile warehouses, all drawn from the accumulated stocks of the Mita system. The army of 100,000 that Manco Inca assembled for the siege of Cusco was only possible because the Inca administrative system could organize and supply forces of that scale. The ritual and symbolic dimensions of Inca warfare were as important as the purely military ones. Every major military campaign was preceded and accompanied by elaborate religious ceremonies, the consultation of oracles, the sacrifice of llamas, the offerings to the Apis and to Inti that sought divine sanction for the military action, and that built the psychological confidence of the warriors. The appearance of the Inca army itself was designed for psychological impact. The warriors dressed in the distinctive textiles of their regional units, armed with gleaming weapons, moving in disciplined formation to the sound of drums, conch shells, and flutes. The Inca treatment of defeated enemies reflected the imperial policy of incorporation over elimination. Wherever possible, defeated rulers were incorporated into the Inca political system and given positions of honor at the Cusco court. Their compliance rewarded, their resistance deterred by the knowledge that continued opposition could result in the removal of their community to an entirely different part of the empire, a practice called mitma that the Inca used to break up potentially rebellious populations and to colonize newly conquered territories with loyal Inca subjects. Fact 48. The Inca and trade, a market without money. The trade and exchange system of the Inca Empire, the specific mechanisms through which goods moved between the different ecological zones of the Andean world, through which the state redistributed the products of Mita labor, and through which communities at different altitudes obtained the products of environments they did not directly inhabit, was one of the most unusual economic systems in the history of the ancient world. An economy that functioned without money, without markets in the conventional sense, and without a merchant class in the role that commercial exchange played in other ancient economies, yet that succeeded in moving goods and services across thousands of kilometers of the most challenging terrain on Earth with a regularity and a volume that sustained the life of 12 million people. The primary mechanism of large-scale goods movement in the Inca economy was state redistribution, the collection of agricultural and craft production through the Mita labor obligation and its subsequent distribution through the state storehouse system. The Colca storehouses, distributed at regular intervals along the Quhapac Nian, served as the warehouses from which the state supplied its armies on campaign, fed Mita workers during their period of service, and provided relief to communities affected by drought, earthquake, or crop failure. This state redistribution was not a market exchange, but a fulfillment of the reciprocal obligations that the Inca state owed to its subjects in return for their labor contribution. Below the level of state redistribution, the communities of the Inca Empire engaged in various forms of local and regional exchange. The barter of specific ecological products between highland and lowland communities, the periodic markets that appear to have existed in some regions, despite the absence of a formal market economy, and the Aini and Minca labor exchanges that redistributed labor within and between communities. The specific role of these local exchange mechanisms in the overall Inca economy is debated by scholars, but it appears that the Inca state did not attempt to control or eliminate them, focusing its organizational energy on the state redistribution system while leaving local exchange largely to its own devices. The absence of a monetary system in the Inca economy was not an organizational deficiency, but a reflection of the specific Andean solution to the problem of distributing goods across an ecologically diverse landscape, a solution built on labor obligation and communal reciprocity rather than on the abstraction of value into coins. Fact 49, the Spanish Chronicles writing the Inca. The documentary record through which the history of the Inca Empire is known to modern scholars, the chronicles, administrative documents, and missionary reports produced by Spanish colonists and administrators in the decades following the conquest, is one of the most extensive and most problematic documentary records of any pre-Columbian civilization. Extensive because the Spanish were unusually systematic in recording what they found in the Andes, and problematic because the specific perspectives, assumptions, and purposes of the Spanish chroniclers shaped everything they recorded in ways that require careful critical attention to disentangle from the historical reality they were attempting to describe. The major Spanish chronicles of the Inca period, the accounts of Pedro de Cieza de León, Juan de Betanzos, Francisco de Xerez, Garcilaso de la Vega, Guaman Poma de Ayala, and Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa, among others, provide the primary narrative framework for the history of the Inca state. They record the origin myths, the genealogy of the Sapa Incas, the major military campaigns, the administrative and religious systems, and the specific features of Inca material culture with a level of detail that would otherwise be entirely inaccessible from archaeological evidence alone. Their value to modern historians is incalculable. But the chronicles were written by people with specific agendas, the justification of the conquest, the promotion of specific political factions within the colonial administration, the record of indigenous allies' contributions to the conquest, or the preservation of the indigenous noble lineage's prestige. And these agendas shaped what was recorded and what was omitted, what was described accurately and what was distorted, what was understood correctly and what was fundamentally misinterpreted. The chronology of Inca history in the chronicles is unreliable. The specific details of political events are often contradictory, and the Andean concepts and institutions the chroniclers attempted to describe were frequently filtered through European categories that distorted their actual character. The most extraordinary of all the chronicles was that of Felipe Guaman Poma de Ayala, a native Andean nobleman who composed a 1,200-page illustrated letter to the King of Spain around 1615 CE. Documenting the abuses of the colonial system and the history of his people with an indignant moral authority and a visual specificity, whose 398 drawings remain the most extensive single visual record of the Inca and colonial Andean world. Fact 50, the Inca at 50, halfway through a story. 50 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, halfway through, and the full scope of what we are in the presence of is worth acknowledging. A civilization of genuine and extraordinary achievement that governed 12 million people across the roof of South America with an organizational sophistication that left permanent marks on the world. A civilization destroyed by a combination of invisible disease, internal civil war, and the military and technological advantages of European imperialism. And a civilization whose human communities, whose languages, whose agricultural knowledge, and whose cosmological understanding have survived, transformed but recognizable into the present century. The 50 facts behind us have traced the Inca from their origins in the Andean civilizational tradition through the great achievements of Pachacuti's reign, through the structures that made the empire function, the road, the quipu, the mita, the storehouse, the terrace, the llama caravan, through the civil war and the conquest and the catastrophic demographic collapse, through the colonial period's complex interplay of destruction and survival, and through the extraordinary agricultural legacy that feeds the modern world in ways it has barely begun to recognize. The Quechua language is still spoken by more people than speak Danish or Norwegian or Finnish. Inti Raymi is still celebrated in the Plaza of Cusco every June, on the same site where the Sapa Inca once watched the solstice sun rise between the golden walls of his temple. The potato is still growing in the Andean highlands, in more than 3,000 varieties, maintained by the same communities whose ancestors gave it to the world. The Inca are still here. 50 facts remain. They will carry us into the details of the Inca world, whose story the first 50 have framed: the music, the astronomy, the sacred geography of Cusco, the question of what the quipu truly contained, and the question of what the Inca tradition continues to say to every generation that encounters it. The Inca Empire lasted, in its classic imperial form, barely a century. The Roman Empire lasted 5 centuries, the Ottoman 6. The Inca did what they did in 100 years, from Pachacuti's victory over the Chanca in 1438 CE to the death of the last independent ruler. And in that century, they built roads that outlast nations, stored food reserves that could have fed their entire population through years of famine, and cultivated 3,000 varieties of a crop that now feeds half of Europe. 100 years. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 51. Sacsayhuaman, the fortress above Cusco. Sacsayhuaman, the great Inca military and ceremonial complex that sits on a ridge above Cusco at an elevation of approximately 3,701 meters, commanding a panoramic view of the city below and the Andean landscape beyond, and whose enormous zigzagging walls of precisely fitted polygonal stone blocks remain one of the most dramatic architectural achievements in the history of pre-Columbian civilization. Was simultaneously the most formidable fortification in the Inca world, the primary ceremonial space for the great public festivals of the Inca religious calendar, and the most visible architectural statement of the power and divine authority of the Sapa Inca in the landscape of the imperial capital. The construction of Sacsayhuaman is attributed to the reign of Pachacuti, the great world shaker who transformed Cusco into an imperial capital, and to his successors Topa Inca and Huayna Capac, with sources suggesting that work on the complex continued for approximately 80 years, and that the workforce employed at peak construction periods may have numbered in the tens of thousands of mitter workers from throughout the empire. The specific logistics of this construction, moving stones weighing up to 120 tons from quarries at Rumicolca, located approximately 35 kilometers from Cusco, using only human muscle, wooden sleds, and earthen ramps, were an organizational achievement of the first order. The 3 great zigzagging walls of Sacsayhuaman, each built in a stepped pattern that creates a dramatic visual effect of power and mass, rise to approximately 6 meters in height and extend approximately 300 meters in length, enclosing a plateau of approximately 3 hectares that served as the primary setting for the Inti Raymi festival and other great public ceremonies. The specific zigzag form of the walls was not merely decorative. It created multiple angles of defensive fire, made any single portion of the wall difficult to approach without being exposed to fire from adjacent sections, and served the function of defensive bastions. The summit of the plateau above the walls served as the great ceremonial ground for Inti Raymi. Today, tens of thousands of people gather there each June, standing on the same stones where the Sapa Inca once received the homage of 12 million subjects. Spanish records describe the Spanish using Sacsayhuaman as a quarry after the conquest, dismantling the upper structures to build colonial Cusco below. What stands today is only a fraction of what originally existed, and what remains is still astonishing. Fact 52. The Chimu Empire, what the Inca absorbed. The Chimu Empire, the powerful coastal state that dominated the northern and central Pacific coast of South America, from its capital at Chan Chan in the Moche Valley of modern Peru, and that the Inca conquered and absorbed into Tawantinsuyu in the decade following approximately 1470 CE, was the largest and most sophisticated pre-Inca civilization in the Americas at the time of its absorption, and its specific administrative, architectural, and metallurgical traditions made it one of the most consequential of the political inheritances that the Inca incorporated as they built the machinery of their empire. Chan Chan, the Chimu capital, located on the coast of northern Peru near modern Trujillo, was at the time of the Inca conquest one of the largest cities in the pre-Columbian world, covering an area of approximately 20 square kilometers and housing an estimated 30,000 to 60,000 people within its administrative core, with a much larger population in the surrounding agricultural and artisan districts. The city was organized around 9 enormous royal compounds, called ciudadlas, each built by a successive Chimu ruler and containing within its adobe walls the royal palace, the royal storage system, and the royal burial platform where the ruler would eventually be interred along with the wives, servants, and llamas sacrificed to accompany him. The Chimu's most distinctive contribution to the Inca cultural inheritance was their extraordinary metalworking tradition. The Chimu were the greatest metalworkers in pre-Columbian America, producers of objects in gold, silver, and the tumbaga alloy of gold and copper, whose technical sophistication and aesthetic refinement exceeded anything achieved in the Inca heartland. The Inca conquest of the Chimu included the relocation of Chimu craftsmen to Cusco, where their skills were harnessed to produce the extraordinary metalwork of the imperial court and the state religious system. The relocation of Chimu craftsmen to Cusco, forcibly removed from their homeland but installed in the imperial capital as the most skilled metalworkers in the Americas, was characteristic Inca practice, exploiting the specific skills that made each conquered culture valuable while removing them from their original context. The Chimu's sophisticated irrigation system, a network of canals that brought water from Andean rivers to the desert coast, converting some of the driest land on Earth into productive agricultural fields, was another administrative inheritance that the Inca absorbed and systematized as they incorporated the coastal zone into their imperial economy. Fact 53. The Inca and music, sound of the sacred. The musical traditions of the Inca civilization, the specific instruments, the ceremonial functions, the cosmological significance, and the social context of the music that accompanied Inca religious practice, military campaigns, agricultural ceremonies, and daily life, were one of the most pervasive and most socially central of all the arts of the Andean world. And their specific character reflected the Andean understanding of sound as a medium through which the human community communicated with the sacred powers of the natural world, rather than merely as an aesthetic or entertainment phenomenon. The most important musical instrument in the Inca world was the panpipe, the siku or antara, the set of graduated bamboo tubes bound together in two interlocking rows that each player held separately, with one player holding the arriera and another the era, the two sections of the instrument that together produce the complete chromatic range. The specific technique of playing the siku, in which the melody emerges from the alternating contributions of two players rather than from the individual performance of one, expresses in musical form the Andean cosmological principle of complementary duality, the idea that wholeness is achieved through the interaction of complementary opposites rather than through the unitary action of a single element. The music produced by the siku is inseparable from the social relationship between the two players who create it together. The quina, the end-blown flute of bamboo or bone, whose breathy, slightly melancholy tone is the most characteristic sound of Andean music, was the primary solo instrument of the Inca world, used in both ceremonial and everyday contexts, and capable of producing the specific emotional quality that Andean music characteristically seeks. A sound that is simultaneously mournful and vital, that expresses the bittersweet quality of existence in a world of extraordinary beauty and constant change. The quina has survived 5 centuries of colonial and post-colonial transformation to become the defining instrument of Andean folk music worldwide. The great public ceremonies of the Inca religious calendar were accompanied by ensembles that combined panpipes, quinas, drums of various sizes, trumpets made from giant conch shells, and the pututo, a natural horn made from a triton shell, in a sound environment designed to engage the senses of the thousands of participants and to create an auditory experience commensurate with the visual spectacle of the ceremony. Fact 54. The Topa Inca, expansion to the south. Topa Inca Yupanqui, the 10th Sapa Inca, the son of Pachacuti and the ruler whose reign from approximately 1471 to 1493 CE extended the empire to its greatest southern extent and completed the incorporation of the northern coastal civilizations that Pachacuti had begun, was the military commander whose campaigns most dramatically demonstrated the organizational capacity of the Inca imperial machine at the height of its power. A ruler who personally led armies of tens of thousands of soldiers across some of the most difficult terrain on Earth, who conquered peoples as distant from Cusco as the Mapuche of modern Chile and the Diaguita of modern Argentina, and who incorporated into the Inca administrative system the vast territories of the Bolivian Altiplano and the desert coasts of northern Chile. The southern campaigns of Topa Inca represented the most dramatic geographical expansion of the empire after Pachacuti's foundational conquests in the north and center. The Altiplano region, the high-altitude plateau between the eastern and western cordilleras of the Andes, containing Lake Titicaca and the cities of the earlier Tiwanaku civilization, was incorporated into the Inca administrative system under Topa Inca, bringing under Inca governance the Aymara-speaking peoples whose distinct language and cultural traditions made them one of the most distinctive subject populations of the empire. The southern extension of the Inca road system under Topa Inca, roads reaching into the Atacama Desert of modern Chile, one of the driest places on Earth, and into the valleys of northwestern Argentina, required engineering solutions of great ingenuity for a landscape entirely different from the highland Andes. The Inca colonial settlements established along these southern routes, administrative centers whose distinctive architecture identifies them as products of the Inca state rather than local tradition, are today among the best preserved and most archaeologically informative Inca sites outside Peru. The limits of Inca expansion in the south were set not by military failure, but by the specific character of the environments and peoples at the frontier. The Mapuche of modern Chile, a people whose specific military culture was organized around a form of guerrilla resistance, adapted to the heavily forested terrain of their homeland, resisted Inca incorporation with unusual effectiveness, and the Inca frontier in the south stabilized at the Maule River in modern central Chile, approximately 4,000 kilometers from Cusco. Fact 55. Children of the Sun, the Inca nobility. The Inca nobility, the class of people who by birth and by proximity to the Sapa Inca, occupied a social position above the ordinary subjects of the empire and below the divine person of the ruler himself, was one of the most carefully defined and most elaborately differentiated social hierarchies in the pre-Columbian Americas. A stratified class system in which the specific characteristics of dress, ornament, privilege, and obligation marked each level of social position with a precision that allowed the position of any individual to be read immediately from their physical appearance, and in which the ultimate legitimacy of every social distinction traced back to the divine character of the Inca lineage itself. The highest level of the Inca nobility, the Organs, the big ears, whose stretched earlobes adorned with large golden ear spools gave them their Spanish nickname, were the members of the Inca ethnic group itself, the people of the Cusco Valley whose ancestors had created the empire and whose blood connection to the Sapa Inca legitimated their position at the apex of the social hierarchy. The Organs occupied all the highest administrative, military, and religious positions in the empire, and their children were educated in the Yachahuasi, the House of Knowledge, in Cusco, where they received training in Quechua, in the quipu, in military strategy, in religious ceremonies, and in the administrative systems that they would eventually be required to manage. A second category of nobility, the Curacas, were the hereditary leaders of the various ethnic groups incorporated into the empire through conquest or negotiation. The Curacas occupied an intermediate position between the Inca elite and the common subject population. They retained their local authority, their specific ethnic identity, and their hereditary privileges, but they were required to send their sons to Cusco to be educated alongside the Inca nobility, to participate in the ceremonies of the Inca court, and to demonstrate through their personal behavior and their administrative competence the fitness for the authority that Inca patronage conferred on them. The specific markers of Inca noble status, the extended earlobes of the Organs, the distinctive patterns and colors of noble textiles, the quality of ornaments and weapons, the specific ceremonial privileges of eating, drinking, and being carried, created a visual language of social position that was immediately legible in the diverse multi-ethnic world of the Inca Empire. Fact 56. The Amazon frontier, where the empire ended. The eastern frontier of the Inca Empire, the zone where the Andean highlands descended through the cloud forests of the Montaña into the lowland rainforest of the Amazon basin, and where the administrative capacity and the military power of the Inca state confronted the most fundamental of its geographical and ecological limits, was one of the most consequential and least studied dimensions of the Inca imperial world. A frontier zone where the specific conditions of the Amazonian environment made Inca-style conquest and administration not merely difficult, but fundamentally impossible, and where the specific cultures of the lowland peoples provided an alternative model of human life in the Americas that the Inca state could neither absorb nor destroy. The eastern slopes of the Andes, the Yungas and the Selva Alta, the cloud forest zones that descend from the highland Puna to the Amazonian lowlands, were not entirely outside the Inca administrative sphere. The Inca established administrative outposts in the upper cloud forest zone, managed the production of specific cloud forest resources, coca, tropical fruits, medicines, feathers, through the vertical economy system, and conducted periodic military expeditions into the lowland zone. But the lowland Amazon proper, the vast humid forest that stretched eastward from the Andean foothills for thousands of kilometers, was entirely beyond the practical reach of Inca control. The specific reasons for this limit were partly military. The Amazonian people's knowledge of the forest environment gave them overwhelming tactical advantages over highland armies operating in an unfamiliar terrain, and partly epidemiological. The disease environment of the lowland tropics was as lethal to highland Andean peoples as the mountain heights were to lowland peoples. The highland Inca who ventured into the lowland zone faced malaria, yellow fever, and a range of tropical diseases to which they had little natural resistance. The Amazon frontier was the Incas' great undefeated border, the place where the logic of their administrative state met a world it could not organize. The peoples of the Amazon basin maintained their independence throughout the Inca period, and in many cases, throughout the colonial period as well, protected by the specific character of the forest environment, which provided overwhelming tactical advantages to those who knew it, and which the highland Inca could never fully master. Fact 57. Capacocha, the ultimate sacrifice. The capacocha, the Inca practice of human sacrifice, above all the sacrifice of children, in which the most perfect and most beautiful children from throughout the empire were selected, transporting to Cusco for elaborate ceremonies, and then sacrificed at the most sacred sites of the Andean world, was both the most extreme and the most cosmologically significant of the Inca ritual practices. A ceremony that simultaneously demonstrated the absolute authority of the Sapa Inca over the lives of his subjects, expressed the deepest understanding of the Inca sacred system, about the appropriate offering to make it moments of maximum cosmic significance, and provided extraordinary evidence of Inca beliefs and Inca material culture that modern archaeology has recovered in a literally frozen form. The capacocha ceremony was performed on specific occasions of great cosmic significance: the accession of a new Sapa Inca, the death of a Sapa Inca, a major military victory, a serious threat to the empire such as epidemic disease or natural disaster, or the commemoration of other events of supreme importance. The children selected for capacocha, typically between the ages of approximately 6 and 15, both male and female, were required to be physically perfect, without blemish, without deformity, without any characteristic that might suggest imperfection in the offering. They were often drawn from the Aklakuna, the chosen women, or from the children of curacas and local elites, making their selection simultaneously an honor to their families and a terrible obligation. The children selected for capacocha were treated with extraordinary reverence in the period before their sacrifice, fed the finest foods, dressed in the finest garments, and carried to Cusco for ceremonies that acknowledged their sacred status. They were then transporting, often over vast distances, to the specific mountain summit or other sacred site where the sacrifice was to be performed, and killed there, typically by strangulation or by a blow to the head, before being buried in elaborate underground chambers with rich grave goods. The most remarkable archaeological evidence for the capacocha practice comes from the frozen remains discovered on the highest Andean peaks. Above all, the 3 children found on the summit of Llullaillaco volcano in Argentina in 1999 CE, at an altitude of 6,739 meters, whose bodies were so perfectly preserved that researchers could study not only their physical characteristics, but their diet, their health, and even the sequence of events in the months before their deaths through analysis of their hair. Fact 58. The Inca and Peru's independence, liberating in the Inca's name. The independence movements that swept through the Spanish colonies of the Americas in the early 19th century CE, the series of revolutions that between 1810 and 1826 CE transformed the Spanish colonial empire into a collection of independent republics, were in the Andes accompanied by a distinctive ideological dimension that had no precise equivalent elsewhere in the Americas. An explicit appeal to the legacy of the Inca Empire as both a symbol of the civilization that Spanish colonialism had destroyed and an image of the alternative social order that the independence movements claimed to be restoring. The specific figure who most dramatically embodied this Inca revolutionary symbolism was José Gabriel Condorcanqui, Tupac Amaru II, whose 1780 rebellion had explicitly invoked the Inca legacy as the ideological foundation for Andean resistance to colonial rule. But the Inca imagery of the independence period was deployed most consequentially not by indigenous leaders, but by Creole revolutionaries, the Spanish-descended elites of the colonies who led the independence movements and who found in the Inca legacy a specifically American symbolism that allowed them to assert a distinct identity from Spain without identifying with the indigenous population whose cause they were only superficially championing. Simón Bolívar, the Venezuelan revolutionary, who was the primary military and political architect of South American independence, understood the Inca imagery's political power and deployed it strategically in his campaigns across the Andes. The naming of the new Republic of Bolivia in his honor, combined with the republic's location in the heartland of the former Tiwanaku and Inca civilizations, was part of a broader strategy of identifying the independence movement with the pre-Columbian past that Spanish colonialism had suppressed. The fundamental irony is that the Inca imagery of the independence period decorated the same social structures that continued to exploit the Andean peoples in whose name liberation was proclaimed. The election of Evo Morales as the first indigenous president of Bolivia in 2005 CE, an Aymara coca farmer who explicitly invoked the Inca and Tiwanaku heritage as the foundation of his political identity, marked perhaps the most significant political expression of the Andean indigenous rights movement in the history of South American democracy. Fact 59: Hiram Bingham and the discovery of Machu Picchu. The story of Hiram Bingham's arrival at Machu Picchu on July 24, 1911 CE, the Yale historian and explorer, who has been credited with the discovery of the site by Western scholarship, but who was led there by a local farmer named Melchor Artiga, guided by an 11-year-old boy named Pablito Richart, and who found that other local families were already living and farming on the agricultural terraces of the ancient site, is one of the most complex and most revealing stories in the history of archaeology, a story that simultaneously illuminates how Western scholarship constructs discovery, how indigenous knowledge is systematically ignored in favor of European expertise, and how the management of archaeological heritage continues to be contested between the nations and the communities that claim it. Bingham was searching for the lost city of the Incas, specifically for Vilcabamba, the mountain refuge of Manco Inca, which he incorrectly believed he had found at Machu Picchu. His subsequent excavation of the site, conducted under Peruvian government permit that authorized the temporary removal of artifacts for study, resulted in the transportation of approximately 40,000 artifacts to Yale University's Peabody Museum, where they remained for a century while Peru sought their return. The negotiations over the return of these artifacts, which were finally completed in 2012 CE when Yale returned the collection to Peru, were one of the most protracted and most prominent disputes in the history of colonial-era museum collections. The specific claims that surround Bingham's discovery have been the subject of sustained critical attention. The site was known to local people before Bingham arrived, families were farming its terraces, and at least one other foreigner had visited in the preceding decade. The maps that Bingham used were provided by Peruvian sources. And the 11-year-old guide who led him up the mountain path from the Urubamba River to the ruins deserves more credit for the discovery than the history of Western exploration typically awards him. The subsequent history of Machu Picchu, its development as Peru's primary tourist destination, the controversies over the construction of a cable car, the management of visitor numbers, the relationship between the site and the Quechua community of Aguas Calientes, reflects in concentrated form the contested politics of Inca heritage in the contemporary Andean world. Fact 60: The Inca at 60, the living legacy. 60 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, and the living quality of this civilization's legacy is impossible to ignore. The Inca are not a dead civilization in the way that the ancient Egyptians or the Mesopotamians are dead, civilizations whose human communities have been entirely replaced by different peoples, speaking different languages, and practicing different cultures. The Andean peoples whose ancestors built Tawantinsuyu are still there, in the same mountains, farming the same varieties of potato, speaking the same language, celebrating the same festivals, and continuing to navigate the same tension between the world the Inca built and the world that colonialism imposed on its ruins. This living quality creates both an extraordinary richness of connection between the ancient and the modern, and an ethical complexity that the study of genuinely extinct civilizations does not face. The study of Inca history is not merely an academic exercise, but a political and moral engagement with the lives of the 20 million Quechua speakers, whose ancestors created the civilization being studied, whose communities are the living custodians of its agricultural and linguistic heritage, and whose political and economic marginalization in the modern Andean states is a direct consequence of the colonial system that replaced the Inca order. The specific ways in which the Inca legacy is contested in the modern Andean world, the debates over the control of archaeological sites, the recognition of indigenous languages, the return of colonial-era collections from foreign museums, the land rights of indigenous communities, and the political representation of indigenous peoples in the governments of Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, reflect the ongoing consequences of the encounter between the Inca civilization and European imperialism that this story has been tracing. 40 facts remain. They will carry us through the specific stories that complete the picture, the science of Andean archaeology, the living descendants, the political movements, the specific individuals whose lives illuminate the broader history, and the question of what the Inca Empire ultimately means for the world that inherited both its ruins and its people. The Siku melody requires two people. The Ailu requires the whole community. The Mita required everyone. Perhaps this is the deepest lesson of the Inca, that the most extraordinary achievements are collective achievements. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 61. The Wayari, the Empire before the Empire. The Wayari civilization, the expansive Andean state that dominated much of the central and northern Andes between approximately 600 and 1000 CE, roughly 5 centuries before the rise of the Inca, and whose administrative and architectural innovations laid many of the organizational foundations that the Inca would later adopt, systematize, and extend to a scale the Wayari never achieved, was perhaps the most consequential of all the pre-Inca Andean civilizations in terms of its direct influence on the form that Inca imperial governance eventually took, and its study reveals how deeply the Inca drew on a tradition of Andean statecraft that preceded them by many generations. The Wayari state, centered on its capital near modern Ayacucho in the highlands of south-central Peru, governed a territory stretching from the northern coast of Peru to the Titicaca Basin in the south, an area that encompassed much of the future Inca heartland. The Wayari administered this territory through a network of planned administrative centers built at strategic locations throughout the empire, centers whose distinctive D-shaped ceremonial structures and standardized storage facilities can be identified archaeologically across a wide area, and that represent the earliest systematic effort to govern the Andean highlands through purpose-built administrative infrastructure. The specific Wayari innovations that the Inca would later inherit included the concept of the planned provincial administrative center as the primary mechanism of imperial governance, the use of large-scale state storage as a tool of political control and economic redistribution, and the road system connecting these centers to each other and to the capital. Whether the Inca consciously borrowed these concepts from the Wayari tradition, or whether they independently developed similar solutions to the same organizational problems, is debated, but the structural similarity between Wayari and Inca administrative systems is too close to be purely coincidental. The Inca built their empire on Andean shoulders. The Wayari collapse, the relatively rapid dissolution of their state, around 1000 CE. For reasons that remain incompletely understood, left behind a landscape of abandoned administrative centers and road segments that the Inca would later reactivate and integrate into their own expanding system. The Inca were not inventors from nothing. They were the culmination of a long Andean tradition of statecraft. Fact 62. The Tiwanaku, sacred city of the Altiplano. Tiwanaku, the great ceremonial and administrative center that stood on the southern shore of Lake Titicaca, at an elevation of approximately 3,850 meters above sea level, that served as the capital of a civilization dominating the Bolivian Altiplano and the surrounding regions between approximately 500 and 1000 CE, and whose monumental stone architecture and cosmological sophistication made it one of the most remarkable urban achievements in the pre-Columbian Americas, was the other great civilizational predecessor of the Inca, a city whose sacred geography, religious symbolism, and architectural vocabulary so deeply shaped the Andean cultural landscape that the Inca incorporated its legacy into the very foundation mythology of their own civilization. The Tiwanaku state, contemporary with the Wayari but geographically distinct, centered on the Altiplano rather than the highlands, governed its sphere of influence through a combination of religious authority, economic control of the Altiplano's resources, and a distinctive form of cultural colonization in which the adoption of Tiwanaku religious iconography and material culture marked participation in a shared civilizational tradition across a wide area. Tiwanaku's influence can be traced archaeologically from the Atacama Desert in the south to the Pacific coast in the west to the Amazon foothills in the east, a sphere of cultural interaction that, while not governed as a unified state, represented the widest Andean civilizational network before the Inca. The monumental architecture of Tiwanaku, the Acapana Pyramid, the Calisacia ceremonial platform, the Pumapunku complex with its precisely fitted andesite blocks, represented a stoneworking tradition of extraordinary ambition, one that the Inca explicitly acknowledged by incorporating Tiwanaku into their origin mythology. The Inca origin myth placed the first Inca, the children of the sun god Viracocha, at the island of the sun in Lake Titicaca, in the immediate geographical vicinity of Tiwanaku's sacred landscape, effectively claiming the prestige of the older civilization as the foundation of their own divine authority. By the time the Inca rose to power, Tiwanaku had been in ruins for approximately 4 centuries, but the Inca treated those ruins as sacred, pilgrimaging to the site, maintaining its ceremonial spaces, and reading its monumental architecture as evidence of the divine power that had sanctioned their own civilization. Fact 63. Inca hydraulic engineering, water in the desert and the mountain. The hydraulic engineering of the Inca civilization, The network of canals, aqueducts, fountains, drainage systems, and water management, infrastructure that the Inca built and maintained across the extraordinary range of environments within their empire, from the hyper-arid Atacama Desert on the Pacific coast to the rain-soaked cloud forests of the eastern Andean slopes, was one of the most extensive and most technically sophisticated water management systems in the history of any pre-industrial civilization, and its specific achievements in moving, storing, and distributing water across some of the most hydraulically challenging terrain on Earth remain objects of study and admiration for modern engineers. The most visible expression of Inca hydraulic engineering is the system of agricultural terraces, the Andeans, whose function depended not merely on the physical structure of the terrace walls, but on the sophisticated drainage and irrigation systems built into their construction. Each terrace was underlain by a carefully engineered sequence of layers, gravel, sand, clay, and topsoil, that provided both drainage during the heavy rains of the wet season and moisture retention during the dry season, effectively creating an artificial soil environment that extended the productive capacity of terrace agriculture far beyond what the natural highland soils would have permitted. The channels that brought water to the terraces from distant sources were engineered with a precision of gradient that maintained constant flow without erosion, a technical achievement requiring sophisticated understanding of hydraulic principles. At Machu Picchu, Inca hydraulic engineering achieved one of its most elegant expressions. The site's water supply system, drawing water from a natural spring above the city through a series of 16 cascading fountains that distributed water through the site with a combination of practical utility and ceremonial beauty, represents an integration of engineering function and aesthetic intention that is characteristic of the best Inca architectural thinking. The drainage system of Machu Picchu, equally sophisticated, prevented the accumulation of water in the heavy cloud forest rainfall that would otherwise have destabilized the terraced hillside on which the city stood. The coastal irrigation systems that the Inca inherited from the Chimu and earlier coastal cultures, channeling Andean rivers across the desert plain, extended agriculture into one of the driest places on Earth, demonstrating the range and adaptability of Andean hydraulic knowledge across radically different environments. Fact 64: the Inca and the stars, astronomy as agriculture. The relationship between Inca astronomical knowledge and Andean agricultural practice, the specific ways in which the careful observation of the movements of the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars informed the timing of planting, harvesting, and other agricultural operations in the high Andes, was one of the most practically consequential applications of astronomical knowledge in any pre-industrial civilization. A system in which the abstract beauty of celestial observation was inseparable from the concrete necessity of feeding 12 million people, in an environment where the margins between agricultural success and failure were determined by the precise timing of rains, frosts, and temperature changes that could mean the difference between harvest and catastrophe. The Inca astronomical tradition's most distinctive contribution to the global history of astronomy was the sophisticated attention paid not to the bright stars of the familiar constellations, but to the dark regions between them, the dark cloud constellations formed by the dark nebulae of the Milky Way that Andean peoples identified as the silhouettes of specific animals and beings: the Lamak Nawin, the llama's eye; the Utu, the Tinamu partridge; the Atok, the fox; the Machicue, the serpent, and others. These dark cloud constellations, rose and set with the seasons and their positions in the night sky, served as an astronomical calendar of extraordinary sophistication, encoding information about the timing of the agricultural and ceremonial year in a form immediately readable to any observer who had been taught the system. The specific astronomical alignment of Inca architecture extended well beyond Machu Picchu and Cusco. Dozens of Inca administrative and ceremonial sites throughout the empire show evidence of deliberate astronomical orientation, buildings whose windows, doorways, or central axes were positioned to admit light or to align with specific celestial events. The site of Murray, a remarkable series of circular terrace depressions in the Sacred Valley near Cusco, has been interpreted by some scholars as an agricultural research station where different microclimates were exploited experimentally, and its orientation suggests astronomical planning in its design. The Pleiades remain the most practically important single astronomical marker in the Inca system, their brightness, position, and visibility in June serving as a predictor of the quality of the upcoming agricultural year, with a meteorological validity that modern climate science has confirmed is based on a genuine correlation. Fact 65: Inca education, the Yachahuasi. The educational system of the Inca Empire, the specific institutions and practices through which the Inca state transmitted knowledge, skills, and cultural values to the next generation of administrators, religious specialists, military commanders, and skilled workers who would sustain the imperial system, was one of the most deliberately organized educational traditions in the pre-Columbian Americas. A system that distinguished sharply between the formal education of the elite and the practical apprenticeship of the ordinary population, and that concentrated its most systematic educational effort on producing the administrative and religious specialists that the state most urgently required. The primary formal educational institution of the Inca state was the Yachuasi, the House of Knowledge, maintained in Cusco for the education of the sons of the Inca nobility and the sons of curacas and allied rulers from throughout the empire. The curriculum of the Yachuasi extended over 4 years and covered 4 primary domains: the Quechua language and its proper use in formal contexts, the quipu system and its use for recording and communicating administrative information, the history of the Inca civilization, its origin myths, and the deeds of the previous Sapa Incas, transmitted in the form of memorized narrative that constituted the Inca oral library, and the religious and ceremonial knowledge necessary for participation in the elaborate ritual life of the imperial court. The Yachuasi was taught by a class of scholars called Amorta, the wise men of the Inca world, whose role combined the functions of teacher, historian, philosopher, and keeper of the oral tradition in a single intellectual vocation. The Amorta were responsible for the preservation and transmission of the entire body of Inca knowledge, the astronomical observations, the historical narratives, the religious traditions, and the administrative protocols that constituted the intellectual heritage of the civilization. Their role was not to innovate, but to preserve and transmit with perfect accuracy the accumulated knowledge of the tradition, a function whose importance is magnified by the absence of writing, which meant that the death of an Amorta represented an irreplaceable loss of knowledge. The practical education of the ordinary population occurred within the Ailu, through observation, participation, and the transmission of agricultural, craft, and ceremonial knowledge from parents to children in the context of daily life and community ceremony. This practical knowledge was as essential to the functioning of the imperial system as the formal knowledge of the Yachuasi, and the Ailu's capacity to transmit it reliably across generations was the foundation on which all the specialized knowledge of the state ultimately rested. Fact 66: the Inca and the sea, coastal lords and ocean traders. The relationship of the Inca Empire to the Pacific Ocean, the vast cold sea whose Humboldt Current bathed the western coast of South America in extraordinarily rich upwelling waters, supporting one of the most productive marine ecosystems on Earth, and sustaining the coastal civilizations that had flourished on its shores for thousands of years before the Inca, was one of the most ecologically and economically important dimensions of the imperial system. A relationship that gave the Inca access to a food base of extraordinary abundance, raw materials unavailable in the highlands, and trade networks that extended far beyond the formal boundaries of the empire. The Humboldt Current, the cold oceanic current flowing northward along the Pacific coast of South America, drives an upwelling of nutrient-rich deep water that supports enormous populations of anchovies, sardines, and other small fish, which in turn support the larger fish, marine mammals, and seabirds that made the Peruvian coast one of the most biologically productive marine zones on Earth. The coastal peoples of the Inca Empire exploited this abundance with great sophistication, fishing from reed boats called totora, harvesting shellfish and seaweed from the intertidal zone, collecting the guano deposits of seabird colonies as the most powerful agricultural fertilizer available in the pre-Columbian Americas, and drying and preserving fish in the coastal sun to produce a lightweight, nutrient-dense food that could be traded far into the highlands. Dried fish, charqui, the word from which the English jerky ultimately derives, was one of the most important trade goods moving along the vertical exchange networks of the Inca economy, carrying the protein of the Pacific fishery to highland communities whose altitude and climate precluded access to marine resources. The Inca state organized and taxed this coastal production through the same administrative infrastructure it applied to the highlands, establishing coastal administrative centers and incorporating the great coastal lords into the imperial hierarchy as curacas with specific tribute obligations in fish, shellfish, and guano. There is tantalizing evidence that Inca or pre-Inca Andean maritime traders made contact with Polynesian peoples across the Pacific. The presence of the Andean sweet potato in pre-Columbian Polynesia, confirmed by genetic analysis, demonstrates that some form of ocean contact occurred, though whether it was Andean or Polynesian navigators who made the crossing remains debated. Fact 67. Inca ceramics, the art of the arroballos. The ceramic tradition of the Inca civilization, the specific forms, decorative conventions, and manufacturing techniques of the pottery that the Inca produced as both a state-regulated craft and a medium of daily life throughout the empire, was one of the most immediately recognizable and most widely distributed material expressions of Inca cultural identity in the archaeological record. A tradition whose distinctive vessel forms and geometric decoration can be identified across the entire geographical extent of the empire, and whose standardization reflects the same administrative logic that produced the standardized architecture and the standardized road system of the Inca state. The most characteristic Inca ceramic form, the shape that archaeologists use as the primary diagnostic indicator of Inca cultural presence at any archaeological site, was the arroballos, known in Quechua as the urpu, a large storage and transport vessel with a pointed base, a flaring neck, two lateral handles positioned low on the body, and a small decorative head applied to the base of the neck. The pointed base, which appears impractical to a modern observer accustomed to flat-bottomed vessels, was perfectly designed for its actual function. The arroballos was carried on the back, supported by a rope passed through the handles and around the carrier's forehead, with the pointed base resting against the carrier's back and distributing the weight across the body in the same way that Andean peoples have carried loads for thousands of years. The vessel was the bottle of the Inca world, used primarily for transporting and storing chicha, the fermented maize beer that was the primary ritual and social beverage of the empire. The decorative scheme of Inca pottery, predominantly geometric, using a restricted palette of black, white, and red on a cream or orange ground, was applied with remarkable consistency across the empire, reflecting the standardization of production in state workshops and the distribution of pottery through the same administrative channels that moved textiles, weapons, and food. The specific geometric motifs most characteristic of Inca ceramics, the takapu patterns of diamonds, checkerboards, and stepped frets that also appeared in Inca textiles, encoded information about identity and status that was readable across the empire. The state regulation of Inca ceramic production, the organization of skilled potters, a specialized craftsmen serving the state, producing standardized forms in state workshops for distribution through the administrative system, reflected the same logic of state control over craft production that characterized the Inca management of textiles, metalwork, and other high-value manufactured goods. Fact 68. The Inca and coca, the sacred leaf. Coca, the leaf of the Erythroxylum coca plant, native to the Andean cloud forest zone between approximately 500 and 2,000 meters elevation, whose mild stimulant and analgesic properties have been exploited by Andean peoples for at least 3,000 years before the Inca, and whose cultivation, distribution, and ritual use, the Inca state organized into one of the most carefully controlled and most extensively documented economic activities in the empire. Occupied a position in the Inca world that was simultaneously agricultural, economic, pharmacological, cosmological, and deeply political. A substance so central to every dimension of Andean life that its role can only be understood in terms of its functions across all of these domains simultaneously, rather than in any single category. The physiological effects of coca leaf when chewed with a small quantity of lime, the alkaloid cocaine released by the lime's effect on the leaf, were experienced by Andean people as a mild stimulant that suppressed hunger, reduced fatigue, and alleviated the symptoms of altitude sickness. For workers performing heavy labor at high altitude, the Mita workers building roads and terraces and storehouses at elevations where oxygen partial pressure was significantly reduced, the hunger-suppressing and fatigue-reducing effects of coca were genuinely important practical tools, and the distribution of coca to Mita workers during their period of service was one of the reciprocal obligations that the Inca state fulfilled in exchange for their labor. But the significance of coca in the Inca world extended far beyond its pharmacological utility. Coca was the primary ritual substance of the Andean world, the offering placed in the mouth of a newborn child, the material burned in sacrificial fires, the substance blown in the four cardinal directions at the beginning of any significant activity, the gift exchanged at every important social encounter. To offer coca was to offer relationship, respect, and the acknowledgement of shared sacred participation in the activities of the Andean world. The specific ritual of the Quintu, the offering of 3 perfect coca leaves held between the fingers and blown toward the sacred mountains, the rivers, and the earth, compressed into a single gesture the entire Andean understanding of the human obligation to maintain relationship with the powers of the natural world. The Inca state controlled coca production with unusual strictness, restricting access to the finest qualities to the nobility and the religious establishment, while allowing more limited use by the general population. making coca one of the most precisely regulated substances in the imperial economy. Fact 69. Inca oral literature, the memory of a civilization. The oral literary tradition of the Inca civilization, the body of narrative poetry, historical chronicle, ceremonial hymn, dramatic performance, and lyric verse that constituted the primary medium of artistic and intellectual expression in a civilization without writing, and that was composed, performed, preserved, and transmitted entirely through human memory and vocal performance rather than through any fixed textual record, was one of the richest and most consequential literary traditions in the history of the pre-Columbian Americas, a tradition whose loss in the disruption of the conquest and the colonial period represents one of the most significant cultural catastrophes in the history of human literature, and whose partial preservation in the transcriptions made by Spanish missionaries and indigenous scholars in the decades following the conquest allows only the most fragmentary glimpse of what once existed. The primary genre of formal Inca oral literature was the haroy, the lyric song, typically concerning themes of love, loss, separation, and longing, performed with musical accompaniment and characterized by a distinctive emotional quality that the Spanish described as melancholic, and that reflects the specific Andean aesthetic of the bittersweet, the beauty inseparable from the awareness of its transience. The haroy tradition survived the conquest in transformed form and continues to the present in the Andean Huayno musical tradition, a living transmission from the pre-Columbian Andean world to the contemporary one, carrying across 5 centuries the emotional register and some of the thematic preoccupations of the original tradition. The historical and ceremonial genres of Inca oral literature, the pre-Columbian, the narrative accounts of the deeds of the Sapa Incas performed at public ceremonies, the taqui, the ceremonial songs performed at the great festivals of the religious calendar, and the ritual hymns dedicated to Inti, Pachamama, and the other deities of the Andean sacred world, were the primary medium through which the Inca state transmitted its history, maintained its ideology, and performed its cosmological relationship with the divine powers of the universe. The most consequential fragment of Inca oral literature to survive the conquest is the Apu Inca Atahualpaman, a lament for the death of Atahualpa, composed in Quechua shortly after the events of Cajamarca, that expresses in the specific poetic form of the Andean literary tradition the shock, grief, and cosmic disorientation produced by the capture and execution of the son of the sun. It is a work of genuine literary power, and one of the few windows available into the interior experience of the Andean people at the moment their world ended. Fact 70. The Inca at 70, the road still traveled. 70 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, and the story is approaching its final 30 facts, with the full weight of 5 centuries of consequence behind it. The civilization that began in the Cusco Valley, with Manco Capac's golden staff sinking into the fertile soil, that expanded under Pachacuti's world-shaking ambition until it covered 4,000 kilometers of the western edge of South America, that sustained 12 million people across the roof of the world, with roads and storehouses and terraces, and the knotted records of the quipu. That was shattered by disease and civil war and the audacious violence of 168 Spanish soldiers. That civilization has not ended, it has transformed. The transformation is visible in every direction from the vantage point of 70 facts. In the Wayari and the Tiwanaku, we see that the Inca were not a beginning but a culmination, the inheritors of thousands of years of Andean civilizational development that they systematized and extended to a scale and a sophistication no previous generation had achieved. In the hydraulic engineering and the astronomical knowledge and the oral literature, we see the specific dimensions of a civilization that was genuinely and comprehensively sophisticated, not a simple or primitive society, but a complex intellectual tradition with its own sciences, its own arts, its own philosophy. In the coca leaf and the ceramic arabalos, and the music of the siku and the quina, we see the specific textures of daily life in a world that was fully human in all its dimensions. 30 facts remain. They will carry us through the final dimensions of the Inca world, the specific stories of individuals, the surviving communities, the ongoing political and cultural struggles of the Andean peoples, and the question that the entire story has been building toward. What does the Inca Empire mean, not as a historical curiosity from the pre-Columbian past, but as a living presence in the world that we inhabit today? The road is still being walked, the potato is still growing, the siku still requires 2 players. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 71. The Sacred Valley, heart of the Inca world. The Sacred Valley of the Incas, the Urubamba Valley, known in Quechua as Wilcameyu, the Sacred River, that winds through the high Andes northwest of Cusco, at an elevation of approximately 2,800 meters, sheltered from the extremes of highland cold by the valley's lower altitude and its orientation relative to the surrounding peaks, was the agricultural and spiritual heartland of the Inca Empire. The most fertile and most intensively cultivated zone in the Inca world, the valley whose exceptional conditions for maize agriculture made it the primary producer of the ceremonial crop most central to the Inca religious economy, and the corridor through which the road to Machu Picchu and the Cloud Forest Zone descended from the imperial capital toward the empire's eastern frontier. The specific agricultural advantage of the Sacred Valley was its microclimate, lower in altitude than Cusco, sheltered from the killing frosts of the high Puna, and watered by the Urubamba River with a reliability that highland rainfall agriculture could not match, that made it the most productive maize-growing zone in the Inca heartland. Maize was not merely a food crop in the Inca world, it was the primary raw material for chicha, the fermented beer that was the essential medium of all Inca ceremonial and political life. The Sacred Valley's extraordinary maize production made it the engine of the imperial ceremonial economy, and the Sapa Inca treated its agricultural output as a strategic resource of the highest importance. The valley is studded with Inca sites of extraordinary quality and variety, from the great salt pans of Maras, where salt has been harvested from a brine spring by the same methods since the Inca period, to the circular terraced depressions of Murray that may have served as an agricultural laboratory, to the massive fortress site of Ollantaytambo, where the Inca built one of their most ambitious ceremonial and military complexes on a spur of rock above the valley floor. Ollantaytambo is particularly significant as the site where Manco Inca won one of the few clear military victories against the Spanish during his rebellion of 1536 CE, defending the site from a Spanish cavalry charge with a combination of flooded fields and artillery fire from the terraces above that drove Pizarro's forces back in disorder. The Sacred Valley today is one of the most intensively visited archaeological landscapes in the Americas, a corridor of Inca sites connected by the modern tourist infrastructure that channels visitors from Cusco to Machu Picchu through the valley, whose agricultural terraces still produce maize by the same methods the Inca used 5 centuries ago. Fact 72. Inca punishment and law, justice in the 4 quarters. The legal system of the Inca Empire, the specific body of rules, prohibitions, sanctions, and enforcement mechanisms through which the Inca state regulated the behavior of its 12 million subjects across the entire geographical extent of Tawantinsuyu, was one of the most comprehensive and most consistently applied systems of law in the pre-Columbian Americas. A legal tradition that distinguished between offenses against the state and the sacred order on one hand and offenses between individuals on the other, that calibrated punishments to the severity of the offense and the social status of the offender, and that enforced compliance through a combination of the social pressure of the Ailu, the administrative oversight of the Curaca system, and the direct punitive authority of the Inca state. The most fundamental principle of Inca law was the distinction between offenses that disrupted the cosmic and political order, crimes against the Sapa Inca, against the sun god, against the state's administrative system, and offenses that disrupted the social order of the community. The former category, treason, sacrilege, rebellion, the violation of the Clawasi's chosen women, attracted the most severe punishments, including death by hanging, burning, or being thrown from a cliff. The latter category, theft, adultery, personal violence, was handled with more graduated responses, including physical punishment, the reduction of social status, and in severe cases exile or death. The absence of prisons in the Inca legal system was one of its most distinctive features. The Inca did not incarcerate offenders in the way that other ancient systems typically did. They punished immediately and physically, and then returned the offender to their community, or removed them from it permanently through execution or exile. The efficiency of this approach was enhanced by the social pressure of the Ailu system, in which every community member's behavior was known to and monitored by their neighbors in a way that made concealment of offenses difficult and social sanction for minor infractions immediate. One of the most significant features of Inca law was its explicit recognition that poverty could be a mitigating factor. A judge was expected to consider whether theft was motivated by genuine need, and the state's redistributive system was understood as an obligation that, if fulfilled properly, eliminated the conditions that drove people to steal. This made the Inca state, in principle, responsible for the social conditions that produced crime. Fact 73. The Inca and climate, farming the extremes. The relationship between the Inca civilization and the specific climate of the Andean world, the extraordinary range of temperature, rainfall, altitude, and seasonal variation that characterized the environment in which the Inca built their empire, and the specific agricultural, architectural, and organizational adaptations through which the Inca managed these climatic extremes, was one of the most consequential dimensions of the Inca achievement. A civilization built not in a benign temperate environment, but in one of the most climatically challenging on Earth, and whose success in feeding 12 million people in that environment represented an organizational and technological achievement of the first order. The fundamental climatic challenge of the Inca world was the combination of high altitude and extreme seasonal variability. The high Puna grasslands above 4,000 meters, where much of the Inca population lived, experienced frosts in every month of the year, intense solar radiation during the day, and extreme cold at night, with an annual rainfall concentrated in a wet season between November and March, and a dry season of almost complete aridity for the remaining 6 months. The margin between a successful harvest and a crop failure in this environment was determined by the precise timing of the first and last frosts, the total amount of seasonal rainfall, and the occurrence of the periodic El Niño events that disrupted the normal pattern of Andean rainfall, with consequences that could be catastrophic for highland agriculture. The Inca response to this climatic challenge was systematic and multifaceted. The terrace agriculture system created microclimates at different altitudinal positions that allowed the cultivation of different crops adapted to slightly different temperature and moisture conditions, effectively multiplying the range of environments available to each community and spreading the risk of climate-driven crop failure across multiple altitudinal zones. The storehouse system maintained reserves sufficient to sustain the population through 1 or more years of complete crop failure, a strategic food reserve whose importance was demonstrated every time an El Niño event disrupted the normal agricultural year. The Inca also developed what modern agronomists call a portfolio approach to food production, maintaining dozens of different crop varieties, each with slightly different responses to temperature and moisture, so that no single climatic event could simultaneously destroy every crop in production. This diversity of cultivation was perhaps the most sophisticated adaptation to climatic uncertainty that any pre-industrial civilization ever developed. Fact 74. The Inca and their neighbors, peoples beyond the empire. The peoples who lived beyond the formal boundaries of Tawantinsuyu, the independent societies and cultural traditions that coexisted with the Inca Empire at its edges, and that the Inca state neither conquered nor absorbed, either because they were too distant, too militarily formidable, or too ecologically inaccessible to make incorporation into the imperial system practical, were as important to the full understanding of the Inca world as the peoples within the empire's borders. And their interactions with the Inca state shaped the frontier zones of the empire in ways that challenged the conventional image of Tawantinsuyu as a self-contained and uniformly administered polity. The most significant independent peoples in the Inca political landscape were the Mapuche of modern Chile and Argentina, a confederation of loosely related groups whose specific military culture, based on a form of guerrilla resistance adapted to the forested terrain of their homeland, allowed them to resist Inca conquest with an effectiveness that no other people in the Americas matched. The Inca frontier in the south stabilized at the Maule River in modern central Chile, approximately 4,000 kilometers from Cusco, not because the Inca lacked the military power to advance further, but because the specific conditions of the Mapuche territory, its forested terrain, its decentralized political structure, its absence of the large agricultural surpluses that the Inca administrative system required, made further conquest more expensive than it was worth. The Mapuche's successful resistance to the Inca was the precedent for their equally remarkable subsequent resistance to the Spanish, which lasted for more than 3 centuries. To the east, the peoples of the Amazon basin presented a different kind of frontier, one defined not by military resistance, but by ecological incompatibility. The highland Inca who ventured into the lowland rainforest faced an environment whose disease burden, physical demands, and tactical disadvantages made it essentially impenetrable to a highland army. The Amazonian people's intimate knowledge of their environment gave them an overwhelming advantage that no amount of Inca organizational capacity could overcome. The Inca managed these frontier relationships through a combination of fortified frontier posts, periodic gift exchange with frontier peoples to maintain peaceful relations, and the strategic establishment of colonist communities along the frontier zones to serve as buffers between the empire's administered territory and the independent peoples beyond. Fact 75. Inca featherwork, the art of impossible colors. The featherwork tradition of the Inca civilization and the Andean cultures that preceded it, the specific art of creating objects of extraordinary beauty and cosmological significance from the iridescent feathers of tropical birds, attached with extraordinary precision to textile or wooden foundations to produce garments, headdresses, shields, and ritual objects whose visual impact was entirely unlike anything achievable with other materials available in the pre-Columbian world. It was one of the most distinctive and most fragile of the Inca artistic traditions. Fragile because the organic material of feathers survives the centuries poorly, leaving only a handful of surviving objects to represent what was once one of the most prized luxury arts of the Andean world. And distinctive because the specific aesthetic of iridescent feather mosaic, the way that feathers change color as the viewing angle changes, creating an effect of living, moving light, was uniquely suited to the Andean cosmological emphasis on the dynamic, animate quality of the sacred. The feathers used in Inca and pre-Inca featherwork came primarily from the birds of the Amazonian cloud forest and lowland rainforest, the scarlet macaw, the blue and yellow macaw, the toucan, the cotinga, and dozens of other species whose feathers combined intense color, iridescence, and structural beauty in a way that the drab birds of the highland puna entirely lacked. The acquisition of these feathers was one of the primary economic motivations for the Inca management of the cloud forest zone, the yungas on the eastern slopes of the Andes, that served as the primary interface between the highland civilization and the Amazonian world, and feathers were among the most valued tribute goods that cloud forest communities contributed to the state. The construction of a feather garment required the work of specialist craftsmen, plumeri, feather workers, who attached individual feathers to a textile backing in overlapping rows, like scales, using a technique that required extraordinary precision to achieve the smooth, even surface and the consistent color gradation that characterized the finest Andean featherwork. The most elaborate surviving examples, several of which are preserved in European museums, having been sent as curiosities to the Spanish crown in the early colonial period, display a technical mastery and a visual magnificence that place them among the supreme achievements of any pre-Columbian art form. The headdresses worn by the Sapa Inca at the great public ceremonies, described by Spanish observers as constructions of gold and feathers of extraordinary beauty, combine the two most cosmologically charged luxury materials in the Andean world in a single object designed to make visible the divine authority of the ruler. Fact 76. The Inca and the Environment, an Ecological Empire. The relationship between the Inca civilization and the natural environment of the Andes, the specific ways in which the Inca managed, exploited, protected, and understood the ecological systems of the mountain world they inhabited, was one of the most sophisticated examples of human ecological management in the history of any pre-industrial civilization. A relationship characterized not by the extraction and depletion of natural resources in the manner of many industrial economies, but by an approach to the natural world that combined practical management with cosmological reverence in ways that maintained the productivity of the Andean environment across centuries of intensive human use. The most visible expression of the Inca ecological approach was the terrace agriculture system, the Andes that converted steep Andean slopes into productive farmland, while simultaneously preventing the erosion that would otherwise have stripped the thin highland soils from the mountain slopes within a few generations of intensive cultivation. The terrace system was not merely an agricultural technique, but an ecological engineering project of continental scale, reshaping the landscape of the Andes in ways that increased its long-term productive capacity rather than depleting it. Modern studies of abandoned Inca terraces have found that their soils retain higher organic matter, better water retention, and higher biological activity than adjacent unterraced slopes, evidence of a centuries-long process of soil improvement that the terrace system both enabled and protected. The Inca management of the vicuña, the wild camelid of the high puna, whose ultrafine fiber was the most valuable textile material in the Andean world, through the periodic charcu roundup, was one of the most explicitly conservation-oriented wildlife management practices in the history of any pre-industrial civilization. The Inca conducted the charcu on a rotational basis, allowing several years to pass between roundups in any given area to allow vicuña populations to recover, and killing only a small proportion of the captured animals, shearing the rest and releasing them. This sustainable harvesting approach maintained vicuña populations at productive levels while extracting the maximum sustainable yield of their fiber. The Inca understanding of the natural world as a web of sacred relationships, the apis of the mountains, the Pachamama of the earth, the sacred quality of rivers, lakes, and specific landscape features, created a cosmological framework in which the mistreatment of the natural environment was not merely economically imprudent but cosmologically dangerous, an offense against the sacred powers whose goodwill was essential to agricultural survival. Fact 77. The Inca in popular culture, a civilization reimagined. The Inca Empire's presence in the popular culture of the modern world, the specific ways in which the civilization of Tawantinsuyu has been represented, romanticized, distorted, celebrated, and occasionally accurately portrayed in literature, film, television, video games, and tourism from the 19th century to the present, reveals as much about the cultures doing the representing as it does about the Inca themselves. A mirror in which the assumptions, anxieties, and aspirations of successive generations of non-Andean observers are reflected back at us in the costume of a pre-Columbian civilization. The dominant narrative of Inca civilization in 19th and early 20th century popular culture was the narrative of the lost Golden City, a fantasy of hidden treasure and untouched civilization, whose most influential expression was Hiram Bingham's account of his discovery of Machu Picchu, which he framed in explicitly adventurous terms as the penetration of a mysterious wilderness to reveal a previously unknown wonder. This narrative, which erased the presence of the local people who had never lost the site, the Peruvian scholars who had mapped the region, and the farmers living on the terraces, established the template for the romanticized Inca of popular imagination, a civilization of mysterious, inaccessible grandeur waiting to be discovered and interpreted by outsiders. The Inca have been particularly visible in children's and family entertainment, from the animated film The Emperor's New Groove, which adapted Inca imagery with cheerful anachronism for a Disney audience, to the video game series that has repeatedly drawn on the visual vocabulary of Inca architecture for its ancient civilization settings. These representations introduce the idea of the Inca to millions of people who might otherwise never encounter the civilization, but they do so at the cost of reducing a sophisticated historical reality to a set of visual motifs: stone walls, mountain settings, sun imagery, stripped of the specific social, political, and cosmological content that gave those motifs their meaning. The most significant recent shift in the popular cultural representation of the Inca has been the growing presence of Andean indigenous voices in the conversation about their own heritage. Filmmakers, writers, scholars, and activists from the Quechua and Aymara communities, whose ancestors built the civilization, who are increasingly asserting the right to tell their own history in their own terms rather than receiving it as a gift from outside interpreters. Fact 78. The Inca and modern science, what archaeology reveals. The archaeology of the Inca civilization, the scientific discipline through which the physical remains of Tawantinsuyu are excavated, analyzed, and interpreted to produce a picture of the Inca world that supplements and sometimes corrects the picture provided by the Spanish chronicles, has undergone a revolution in the past half-century. Driven by the development of new analytical techniques that allow researchers to extract information from physical remains of a precision and a range that no previous generation of scholars could have imagined, and that have produced specific discoveries, fundamentally transforming the understanding of the Inca world in ways that the documentary record alone could not have achieved. The most dramatic single contribution of modern archaeological science to Inca studies has been the analysis of the frozen bodies of Capacocha sacrifice victims recovered from high Andean peaks, above all the 3 children of Llullaillaco, discovered in 1999 CE on the summit of the 6,739-meter Llullaillaco volcano in northwestern Argentina by a team led by Johann Reinhard. The extraordinary preservation of these individuals, mummified by the combined effects of cold, desiccation, and altitude, allowed researchers to apply a range of modern analytical techniques to determine not just their physical characteristics, but the sequence of events in their lives in the months and years before their sacrifice. Isotopic analysis of the children's hair, which grows at a known rate and records the isotopic signature of the diet consumed at each period of growth, revealed that in the year before their sacrifice, the children's diet shifted dramatically toward the high-status foods associated with Inca ceremonial life: maize and dried llama meat replacing the potato and quinoa of their ordinary highland diet. This dietary shift, combined with evidence of coca and chicha consumption in the final weeks of their lives, painted a detailed picture of the specific ritual preparation process through which the Capacocha children were transformed from ordinary community members into sacred offerings. Ancient DNA analysis of Inca period remains throughout the Andes has begun to reveal the specific patterns of population movement, migration, and ethnic mixing that accompanied the Inca imperial expansion, providing a genetic perspective on the Mitma colonization system and the movement of specialized workers that supplements the administrative picture preserved in the chronicles. Fact 79. The Inca and resistance, from Manco to today. The tradition of Andean resistance to colonial and post-colonial domination, the continuous thread of political, cultural, and sometimes military opposition to the dispossession, exploitation, and cultural suppression of the Andean indigenous peoples that runs from Manco Inca's rebellion of 1536 CE to the indigenous rights movements of the 21st century, is one of the most consequential and most inspiring dimensions of the Inca legacy. A tradition that has maintained across nearly 5 centuries of colonial and post-colonial history the Andean people's sense of collective identity, their claim to the land and the culture of their ancestors, and their refusal to accept the conditions of dispossession and marginalization that the colonial system imposed on them as permanent and legitimate. The specific moments at which this tradition of resistance erupted into organized political or military action form a sequence of extraordinary events stretching across the entire colonial and post-colonial period. Manco Inca's siege of Cusco in 1536 CE, the maintenance of the Vilcabamba state for nearly 40 years, the revolt of Tawantinsuyu in the 1560s CE, a religious movement that preached the imminent overthrow of the Spanish colonial order by the resurgent Andean Huacas, the Great Rebellion of Tupac Amaru II in 1780 CE, the indigenous mobilizations that shaped the independence movements of the early 19th century. The peasant uprisings and land reform movements of the 20th century in Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, and the election of Evo Morales as Bolivia's first indigenous president in 2005 CE. Each of these moments expressed in the specific political language of its time the same fundamental demand, that the Andean peoples be recognized as the legitimate heirs of their civilization and treated accordingly. The cultural dimension of this resistance, the maintenance of the Quechua language, the preservation of agricultural knowledge, the continuation of ceremonial traditions, the transmission of oral history, was in many ways more consequential than any political or military uprising, because it was continuous rather than episodic, and because it maintained the living substance of Andean identity across the periods between overt political struggle. The contemporary Andean indigenous rights movement, operating through international bodies including the United Nations, through national political systems, through cultural organizations, and through the direct action of indigenous communities asserting control over their ancestral lands and heritage sites, represents the current expression of this 5-century tradition of resistance. Fact 80, the Inca at 80, 20 facts from the end. 80 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, 20 facts from the end, and the story has traveled an extraordinary distance from the moment when Manco Capac's golden staff sank into the soil of the Cusco Valley and a civilization began. We have passed through the sacred valley's maze terraces and the frozen bodies on the summit of Llullaillaco and the iridescent feathers of the cloud forest birds and the legal system that held the state responsible for the poverty that drove its subjects to crime. We have visited the neighbors the Inca could not conquer and the ecological management system that maintained the productivity of the Andes across centuries of intensive use. We have traced the thread of resistance that has run unbroken from Manco Inca to Evo Morales, the refusal, across nearly 500 years, to accept the colonial verdict on the worth and the legitimacy of the Andean civilizational tradition. 20 facts remain. They will complete the picture, the specific details of the Inca world that the first 80 have framed, but not yet fully entered. The music still playing in the plazas, the potato still growing in 3,000 varieties, the quipu still not fully decoded, the mountains still receiving their offerings of coca and chicha, the Quechua language still carrying in its structure and its vocabulary the specific way of understanding the world that the Inca built into the landscape of the Andes over the course of their extraordinary century. The road is long, the air is thin, the stars at this altitude are close enough to touch. 20 facts from the end of a civilization's story, but not the end of the civilization itself, which is still here, still speaking, still farming, still resisting, still celebrating Inti Raymi in the plaza of Cusco every June on the same stone where the Sapa Inca once stood. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 81, the Inca and quinoa, the mother grain. Quinoa, the seed of the Chenopodium quinoa plant, native to the Andean highlands and cultivated by Andean farmers for at least 5,000 years before the Inca, elevated by the Inca state to the status of a sacred crop second only to maize in its ceremonial importance, and now celebrated worldwide as one of the most nutritionally complete plant foods on Earth. Occupies in the story of Andean civilization a place of extraordinary significance that its recent global popularity has simultaneously brought to wide attention, and in some ways distorted, reducing a crop of deep cultural and cosmological meaning to a nutritional commodity whose Andean origins are rarely acknowledged in the supermarket aisles of North America and Europe, where it is sold by the ton. The specific nutritional qualities that have made quinoa the darling of 21st century health food culture were precisely the qualities that made it indispensable to the Andean agricultural system. Quinoa contains all 9 essential amino acids in proportions that make its protein nutritionally complete, a property shared by almost no other plant food, and it combines this complete protein with complex carbohydrates, dietary fiber, iron, magnesium, and a range of other micronutrients in a package adapted to high-altitude cultivation in soils and climates where most other grain crops fail entirely. At elevations above 3,500 meters, where maize and wheat cannot be reliably grown, quinoa thrives, making it the primary grain of the high Puna communities, whose altitude placed them above the productive range of the lower altitude crops. The Inca state treated quinoa with a reverence that reflected its central importance to highland food security. Each year, the Sapa Inca himself performed the ceremonial first planting of quinoa using a golden digging stick, a ritual that expressed the divine authority of the ruler over the agricultural cycle and the state's acknowledgement of quinoa's sacred status as the Chisya Mama, the mother of all grains. The state stored quinoa in its kolkha storehouses as a strategic reserve, alongside chuño and dried meat, maintaining the food security of the highland population against the climate-driven harvest failures that struck the high Andes with brutal regularity. The global quinoa boom of the early 21st century, which saw export demand from North America and Europe drive up prices dramatically, had complex consequences for the Andean communities that had maintained quinoa cultivation through centuries of colonial neglect, simultaneously providing new economic opportunities and creating food security concerns in communities where quinoa had been a subsistence staple. Fact 82. The Inca and the Afterlife, Journeys Beyond Death. The Inca understanding of what happened to the human person after death, the specific cosmological framework within which the transition from life to death was understood, the journey the dead were believed to undertake through the sacred landscape of the underworld, and the ongoing relationship between the living and the dead that characterized Andean mortuary culture in all its dimensions, was one of the most elaborately developed and most socially consequential aspects of the Inca religious world. A set of beliefs that shaped the treatment of the dead body, the architecture of burial, the ceremonies of commemoration, and the political institutions of the royal court in ways that had no precise equivalent in any other ancient civilization. The Inca conceived of the cosmos as organized into 3 vertically arranged domains: the Hanan Pacha, the upper world of the sun, the stars, and the celestial deities; the K Pacha, the middle world of living human beings, the surface of the earth; and the Aku Pacha, the inner or lower world beneath the surface of the earth where the dead resided, and from which the powers of fertility and growth emerged. The boundary between these worlds was not fixed or impermeable. The dead could communicate with the living. The powers of the Aku Pacha could be accessed through specific sacred sites and ritual practices, and the great huacas were understood as points where the boundaries between the worlds were especially thin, and the communication between them especially direct. The journey of the dead in the Inca afterlife was understood as a physical journey through a landscape, a journey that required the dead person to be properly equipped with food, clothing, tools, and companions for the road ahead. This belief drove the elaborate mortuary provisions that accompanied the Inca dead, the food and drink placed in the tomb, the clothing and personal objects buried with the body, and in the case of the Sapa Inca, the sacrifice of wives and servants who would accompany the ruler on his journey and serve him in the afterlife as they had served him in life. The mummified body was the vehicle of this journey, the preserved physical form that maintained the dead person's presence in the middle world, while also enabling their existence in the lower world. The Inca belief that the quality of the afterlife journey depended on the proper fulfillment of mortuary obligations by the living created a powerful social mechanism for the maintenance of community bonds across the boundary of death, obligations of remembrance and offering that tied the living and the dead together in an ongoing reciprocal relationship, extending the Andean principle of Aini beyond the boundary of mortality itself. Fact 83. The Tawantinsuyu of today, the living nations. The living nations of the contemporary Andes, the Quechua and Aymara-speaking communities of Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, Argentina, and Chile, whose cultures represent the most direct living continuation of the Inca civilizational tradition, are among the most populous and most culturally resilient indigenous communities in the Americas. Peoples whose survival of 5 centuries of colonial and post-colonial pressure is itself one of the most remarkable stories of cultural persistence in the history of human civilization, and whose ongoing presence in the landscapes their ancestors shaped is the most important single fact about the legacy of the Inca Empire in the contemporary world. The Quechua-speaking population of the Andes, estimated at between 8 and 12 million people across the 6 countries of the former Inca Empire, constitutes the largest single indigenous language community in the Americas, a community that has maintained its language through 5 centuries of colonial suppression, enforced Spanish language education, and systematic cultural marginalization that would have extinguished less deeply rooted linguistic traditions. The persistence of Quechua reflects the specific conditions of Andean life, the geographic isolation of highland communities, the persistence of subsistence agricultural economies that did not require Spanish, and the specific social functions that Quechua continued to serve as the language of community, ceremony, and intimate life. But it also reflects a conscious cultural choice. A decision by successive generations of Andean people to maintain their language as an expression of collective identity and civilizational continuity. The Aymara-speaking community, concentrated in the Bolivian and Peruvian Altiplano around Lake Titicaca, is the second great indigenous language community of the former Inca Empire, and its cultural persistence is equally remarkable. The Aymara maintained a distinct identity and language through the Inca period. They were subject peoples of Tawantinsuyu, not Inca themselves, and have maintained that distinct identity through the 5 centuries of colonial and post-colonial history that followed. The political mobilization of these communities in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, through indigenous rights organizations, political parties, land reform movements, and the direct election of indigenous leaders to national governments, represents the most significant shift in the political status of the Andean indigenous peoples since the independence movements of the early 19th century. Fact 84. The Inca and fiber, the vicuña and the world's finest wool. The vicuña, the smallest and most delicate of the 4 South American camelids, a wild animal of the high Puna grasslands above 3,500 meters, whose fleece produces what is widely considered the finest natural fiber in the world, occupied in the Inca cosmological and economic order a position of such extraordinary privilege that its fiber was reserved by state law exclusively for the clothing of the Sapa Inca himself, making the vicuña the most legally protected animal in the pre-Columbian Americas, and the textile produced from its fiber the most exclusive luxury good in the Inca world. The specific qualities of vicuña fiber that justified this exclusive status are measurable. Vicuña wool has a mean fiber diameter of approximately 12 microns, significantly finer than the finest cashmere, which averages around 14 to 16 microns, and dramatically finer than the merino sheep's wool, that is the standard of fine European textile production, at 16 to 24 microns. This extreme fineness produces a fabric of extraordinary softness, lightness, and thermal efficiency, a fabric that feels against the skin unlike any other natural fiber, and that the Inca, with their intimate knowledge of camelid fiber, recognized and consecrated through the full authority of the imperial state. The Inca managed vicuña populations through the Chaco, the great periodic hunting roundup in which thousands of people drove the animals into converging lines and captured them alive. The captured animals were sheared and released, with only a small number killed for meat, an explicitly sustainable management practice that maintained vicuña populations at levels capable of producing a regular harvest of fiber year after year. The state organized the Chaco as a mitter obligation, mobilizing the labor of entire provinces to conduct the roundup on a regional rotation that allowed populations in each area to recover between hunts. After the Spanish conquest, the Chaco system collapsed and vicuña hunting became unregulated, driving the population from an estimated 2 million animals at the time of the conquest to fewer than 10,000 by the 1960s CE. Subsequent conservation efforts, including a revival of the community-managed Chaco in several Andean countries, have rebuilt populations to approximately 350,000 animals, a conservation success story whose specific mechanism is directly borrowed from the Inca management system that sustained the vicuña for centuries before the conquest. Fact 85. The Inca and the Spanish language, words that cross the ocean. The specific contribution of the Quechua language, the language of the Inca Empire. Spread throughout Tawantinsuyu as the language of administration, and elevated by the Inca state to the status of the primary lingua franca of the Andean world, to the global vocabulary of the Spanish language, and through Spanish to English and other European languages, is one of the most linguistically consequential consequences of the colonial encounter in the Americas. A contribution that embedded Andean words for Andean things so deeply into the everyday vocabulary of Spanish that speakers of that language use Quechua-derived terms daily without any awareness of their origin, in the civilization of the Inca. The most globally significant Quechua loanword in the world's languages is undoubtedly the word for the potato itself, or rather, the chain of words that begins with the Quechua papa, passes through the Spanish patata, and emerges in English as potato, in German as Kartoffel from a different etymological root, and in dozens of other languages in forms that variously reflect the Quechua, the Spanish, or the Italian adaptations of the original Andean word. Every time a speaker of any European language names this vegetable, they are unknowingly using a word whose origin lies in the Andean highlands, where the plant was first domesticated, and the Inca state first systematized its cultivation. The English language contains a surprising number of other Quechua-derived terms whose Andean origins are rarely recognized. Jerky, the dried meat that is a standard feature of North American snack culture, derives from the Quechua charqui, the dried llama meat that was one of the primary preserved foods of the Inca storehouse system. Condor, the great Andean vulture that was one of the most sacred birds in the Andean cosmological world, is a direct borrowing from the Quechua kunta. Llama, alpaca, quinoa, guano, puma, and gaucho all entered English and other European languages from Quechua, carrying in their sounds the trace of the civilization in which they originated. The persistence of Quechua loanwords in the global vocabulary is a linguistic legacy of the Inca that outlasts the empire itself, words traveling further and lasting longer than the roads, the quipus, or the gold. Fact 86, Machu Picchu's secrets, what we still don't know. Machu Picchu, the site that is simultaneously the most studied and the most visited archaeological monument in South America, the subject of more than a century of intensive scholarly attention since Hiram Bingham's arrival in 1911 CE, and the symbol through which the Inca Empire is known to the majority of the world's population who have never read a scholarly account of Andean history, remains, despite everything, a site of substantial and genuine mystery. A place about which fundamental questions remain unresolved, about which scholarly opinion is divided on matters of basic identification and function, and about which the most honest answer to several of the most important questions is still, after more than a century of investigation, that we do not know. The most fundamental unresolved question about Machu Picchu is the one that seems like it should be the easiest to answer. What was it actually called? The name Machu Picchu, meaning simply Old Mountain in Quechua, referring to the peak on whose saddle the site sits, is a geographical description applied to the site by Hiram Bingham, adopted by subsequent scholarship, and now so globally established that it is impossible to displace. But it is almost certainly not the name by which the Inca who lived and worked there referred to their city. Several scholars have proposed that the site's original name may be preserved in colonial era documents as Picu or Huayna Picchu, but no definitive identification has been established. The question of who permanently inhabited Machu Picchu remains similarly contested. The site's population has been estimated at between 300 and 1,000 people, but the composition of that population, the proportion of noble residents, religious specialists, craft workers, agricultural laborers, and service personnel is debated, and the evidence from skeletal remains recovered from the site's burial grounds has been interpreted differently by different scholars over the decades since Bingham's initial excavations. The circumstances of Machu Picchu's abandonment, which appears to have occurred before or during the Spanish conquest, since there is no evidence that the Spanish were aware of the site, remain unexplained. The site was not destroyed, it was simply left. Whether its population was evacuated to support the defense of Cusco, whether it was abandoned due to the disruption of the supply networks that sustained it, or whether it was deliberately concealed from the Spanish invaders, is unknown. The silence of the Spanish chronicles on a site of this scale is itself one of the greatest mysteries in the archaeology of the Americas. Fact 87, the Inca and time, Pachacuti and the turning of the ages. The Andean concept of time, the specific understanding of the nature of historical change, the relationship between past and present, and the possibility of fundamental transformation in the order of the world that was embedded in the cosmological thinking of the Inca and the Andean peoples more broadly, was one of the most distinctive and most consequential aspects of the Andean philosophical tradition. A conception of time not as a linear progression from past to future, but as a cyclical pattern of recurring ages, each defined by its own specific cosmological order, and each ending in a Pachacuti, a turning of the world that overturned the existing order and inaugurated a new age with fundamentally different characteristics. The Quechua word Pachacuti, from which the great Inca ruler Pachacuti took his name, expressed this concept of cosmic revolution with a directness and a comprehensiveness that the English word upheaval barely approaches. A Pachacuti was not merely a political revolution or a social transformation, but a turning of the cosmos itself, a moment at which the fundamental order of the world was overturned, the previous age ended, and a new age began with new rules, new powers, and new relationships between the human world and the sacred. The Inca ruler who named himself Pachacuti was claiming not merely military victory over the Chanca, but the inauguration of a new cosmic age, positioning his reign as the moment at which the world itself had turned and a new civilizational order had begun. The concept of Pachacuti gave the Andean peoples a cosmological framework for understanding the Spanish conquest, an event so catastrophic and so total in its overturning of the existing order that it could only be understood as a cosmic event rather than a merely political one. The conquest was the Pachacuti that ended the age of the Inca, the turning of the world that brought the Sun's age to a close, and inaugurated the age of darkness and colonial suffering that the Andean peoples experienced as an inversion of the natural order. But a Pachacuti that ends one age also necessarily inaugurates another, and within the Andean cosmological tradition, the colonial period has been understood not as a permanent condition, but as an age that will itself eventually be overturned. The political energy of this cosmological expectation, the Andean belief in the eventual return of the Inca age, the Pachacuti that will restore the proper order of the world, has powered indigenous resistance movements from the colonial period to the present. Fact 88: the Inca and modern Peru, a nation and its past. The relationship between the modern nation of Peru and the Inca Empire, whose heartland it occupies, the specific ways in which Peruvian national identity has incorporated, instrumentalized, contested, and been shaped by the legacy of the civilization that built Machu Picchu and the Quipu, is one of the most complex and most revealing examples of the use of pre-colonial heritage in the construction of post-colonial national identity in the Americas. A relationship characterized by genuine pride in the achievement of the Inca civilization, persistent tension between that pride and the continued marginalization of the Andean indigenous peoples, who are the Inca's living descendants, and an ongoing negotiation between different communities over who has the right to claim the Inca legacy and what that claim entails. The incorporation of Inca imagery into Peruvian national symbolism began with the independence movement of the early 19th century and has been a constant feature of Peruvian political culture ever since. The Peruvian coat of arms features the vicuña, the cinchona tree, and the cornucopia, all symbols drawn from the natural and agricultural heritage of the Andean world. The image of Machu Picchu appears on Peruvian currency. The rainbow flag of Tawantinsuyu, the multicolored banner that the Inca used as an imperial symbol, has been adopted by the city of Cusco and appears throughout the tourist infrastructure of the highland region. The government of Peru officially designates Quechua as a co-official language alongside Spanish, at least in the regions where it is spoken. But the gap between the symbolic incorporation of the Inca heritage and the actual political and economic status of Peru's Quechua-speaking population remains one of the most persistent and most morally significant contradictions of Peruvian national life. The communities whose ancestors built the terraces and the roads and the cities that are now Peru's greatest tourist assets receive a fraction of the economic benefits that tourism generates. The management of archaeological sites that belong, in the deepest sense, to the living descendants of their builders is controlled by government agencies and international organizations in which those descendants have limited voice. The return of the Yale artifacts to Peru in 2012 CE was one sign of a shifting awareness of these contradictions. The question of who controls the Inca legacy and whose interests that control serves remains one of the central political questions of contemporary Peruvian life. Fact 89: the Inca and the Amazon, a new frontier of discovery. The intersection of the Inca Empire and the Amazon Basin, the frontier zone where the administrative capacity of the highland state met the ecological limits of its organizational reach, and where the specific peoples and cultures of the cloud forest and the lowland rainforest maintained their independence from Tawantinsuyu, has become, in the early 21st century, one of the most exciting frontiers of Inca archaeological research. A zone where the application of new remote sensing technologies, above all the LiDAR airborne laser scanning that can penetrate the forest canopy to reveal the landscape beneath, has revealed the existence of human settlements and landscape modifications of a scale and complexity that researchers had not previously suspected, fundamentally revising the understanding of human occupation in the Amazonian region in the pre-Columbian period. The LiDAR revolution in Amazonian archaeology, whose most dramatic results have come from sites in Bolivia, Brazil, and Ecuador, as well as from the cloud forest zones of Peru, has revealed extensive networks of earthworks, causeways, settlement mounds. and landscape modifications beneath the forest canopy that demonstrate conclusively that the Amazon basin was far more densely populated and far more intensively managed in the pre-Columbian period than the sparsely inhabited wilderness that European explorers and scholars had long assumed it to be. The specific implications of these discoveries for the understanding of the Inca frontier are still being worked out, but they suggest that the peoples of the Cloud Forest and the Upper Amazon, the peoples the Inca could not conquer, were themselves participants in complex civilizational traditions whose relationship to the Andean highlands was more extensive and more dynamic than previously understood. At the specific intersection of the Inca road network and the Amazonian frontier, researchers have identified a series of sites that appear to represent Inca outposts on the edge of the Cloud Forest zone, administrative centers whose position at the boundary between the highland administrative sphere and the lowland frontier zone made them the primary interfaces between the Inca state and the independent peoples of the Amazon. The specific character of these frontier sites, what goods were exchanged there, what relationships were maintained, what knowledge passed between the highland and lowland worlds, is one of the most productive current questions in Inca archaeology. The Amazon frontier was the edge of the known world for the Inca. For modern archaeology, it is becoming the edge of the discovered world, a place where the next great revelations about the pre-Columbian Americas are waiting beneath the forest canopy. Fact 90, the Inca at 90, 10 facts from the end. 90 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, 10 facts from the end, and the full shape of this civilization's story is visible in a way that it could not have been at the beginning. The Inca Empire was not, as it is sometimes presented, simply a dramatic prelude to the Spanish conquest, a golden age destroyed by European imperialism, whose story ends with the execution of Tupac Amaru I in the Plaza of Cusco in 1572 CE. It was something far more enduring and far more complex, a civilizational tradition that began thousands of years before the Inca, reached its most elaborate expression in the century of Tawantinsuyu, survived the colonial catastrophe in transformed but recognizable forms, and continues in the languages, the agricultural knowledge, the ceremonial traditions, and the political consciousness of the Andean peoples today. The 10 facts that remain will close the circle, returning from the specific details of the Inca world to the full scope of what this civilization means. The quinoa on the supermarket shelf and the potato in the field and the siku melody that requires 2 players and the Quechua word for the world-turning moment that the Inca understood was always coming. 10 facts from the end. The high Andes at night are one of the most extraordinary environments on Earth. The air at 4,000 meters is so clear and so dry that the stars are not points of light, but objects of 3-dimensional presences, the Milky Way a river of such density and brilliance that it casts a visible shadow. The Inca astronomers who read the dark clouds of that Milky Way, who saw in its dark nebulae the silhouettes of the llama and the fox and the serpent, and who used those silhouettes to know when to plant and when to harvest, were not doing something primitive. They were doing something that required generations of careful observation, extraordinary intellectual discipline, and a cosmological framework sophisticated enough to encode the results of that observation in a form that could be transmitted reliably across generations without writing. 10 facts from the end, the stars are still there. The llama is still in the dark cloud, exactly where the Inca left it. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 91, the Inca and their animals, a world without horses. The animal world of the Inca Empire, the specific fauna that the Inca domesticated, managed, hunted, sacrificed, and incorporated into their cosmological understanding of the living world, was shaped above all by one defining absence: the horse. The horse, which transformed military capacity, agricultural productivity, and long-distance communication in every Old World civilization that possessed it, was entirely absent from the Americas when the first human beings arrived across the Bering Land Bridge approximately 15,000 years ago. The Americas had their own horses in the Pleistocene epoch, large, graceful animals that roamed the grasslands of North and South America, but they went extinct at the end of the last ice age, along with the mammoths, the giant ground sloths, and the other megafauna whose disappearance is now widely attributed to a combination of climate change and the arrival of human hunters. The Inca built the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas without the animal that had powered the great empires of Eurasia, and the specific organizational solutions they developed in response to this absence shaped every dimension of their civilization. In the place of the horse, the ox, and the camel, the Inca had the llama, a patient, sure-footed animal perfectly adapted to the high-altitude terrain of the Andes, but capable of carrying only a fraction of the load that a horse or ox could manage, and incapable of being ridden. The organizational consequences of this limitation were profound. The Inca road system was designed for foot travel and llama caravans rather than wheeled vehicles, since there were no animals powerful enough to pull a loaded wagon up an Andean mountain pass. The absence of draft animals also meant that Inca agriculture relied entirely on human muscle for tillage. The foot plow, the chaquitacla, replaced the ox-drawn plow that had transformed agricultural productivity in Eurasia. The Inca relationship with animals extended well beyond the practical. The condor, the great Andean vulture with its 3-meter wingspan that soars above the highest peaks of the Andes, was one of the most sacred beings in the Andean cosmological world, associated with the Hanan Pacha, the upper world of the divine, and understood as a messenger between the human world and the realm of the sun. The puma was the symbol of the Inca ruling class. Cusco itself was reportedly laid out in the form of a puma when seen from above, and the serpent represented the Aku Pacha, the world below. The 3 sacred animals of the Andean cosmological system, the condor, the puma, and the serpent, expressed in animal form the 3-tiered structure of the Andean universe and remained central symbols of Andean identity through the colonial period and into the present. The arrival of the horse with the Spanish in 1532 CE was itself one of the most psychologically devastating elements of the conquest, an animal the Inca had never seen, moving with a speed and a power that seemed supernatural, carrying armored men whose combination of mobility and violence the Andean military tradition had no framework for countering. The absence of the horse had shaped the Inca world. The arrival of the horse helped end it. Fact 92. The Inca and healing plants, a pharmacopoeia for the world. The pharmacological legacy of the Andean civilizations, the specific body of knowledge about the medicinal properties of plants accumulated by Andean healers over thousands of years of careful observation, experimental use, and systematic transmission within the healing traditions of the Inca world, is one of the most consequential and least celebrated contributions of any pre-Columbian civilization to the global history of medicine. A contribution that has provided the basis for a significant proportion of modern pharmaceutical compounds, and that continues to attract the attention of ethnobotanists and pharmaceutical researchers, who recognize in the extraordinarily diverse flora of the Andean and Amazonian regions a reservoir of pharmacologically active substances whose full therapeutic potential has barely begun to be systematically explored. The most globally significant pharmaceutical contribution of the Andean world, beyond the cocaine alkaloid already discussed in the context of coca, was quinine, derived from the bark of the cinchona tree that grows in the cloud forest zones of the eastern Andes, and that was used by Andean healers to treat fevers long before its active alkaloid was isolated and identified by European scientists in the 19th century. Quinine, the first effective treatment for malaria, the disease that killed more human beings than any other in recorded history, was introduced to European medicine through the colonial period observation of its use by Andean healers, and it remained the primary treatment for malaria worldwide until the development of synthetic alternatives in the 20th century. The cinchona tree is honored on the Peruvian coat of arms, a recognition of the incalculable human lives saved by the knowledge that Andean healers accumulated and the Spanish colonial system eventually transmitted to the world. The broader Andean pharmacopoeia, the hundreds of plant species used by Andean healers for specific therapeutic purposes, organized within a comprehensive medical tradition that combined empirical observation with cosmological interpretation, has been the subject of serious ethnobotanical research since the mid-20th century, and numerous compounds derived from Andean medicinal plants are now used in modern medicine or are in various stages of pharmaceutical development. The knowledge embedded in this pharmacopoeia, the result of thousands of years of careful human observation of plant effects, represents an intellectual achievement of the Andean civilization whose value to global human health is literally incalculable and whose continued survival depends on the maintenance of the linguistic and cultural traditions through which it is transmitted. The loss of indigenous pharmaceutical knowledge, through language extinction, cultural disruption, and the destruction of the social contexts in which traditional medical knowledge is transmitted, is one of the most consequential ongoing consequences of the colonial disruption of Andean civilization. Knowledge accumulated over millennia, disappearing within a generation, taking with it the potential solutions to human diseases that modern pharmaceutical research has not yet found. Fact 93. The Inca and architecture, building for eternity. The architectural achievement of the Inca civilization, considered in its full extent across the entire geographical range of Tawantinsuyu, from the coastal desert administrative centers of the Chimu-influenced north to the high-altitude fortresses of the southern frontier, from the royal estates of the Sacred Valley to the administrative capitals of the provincial system, was one of the most geographically extensive, and most technically consistent architectural traditions in the history of any ancient civilization. A tradition whose specific aesthetic, the precise polygonal stonework, the trapezoidal doorways and niches, the two-slope thatched roofs, the careful integration of architecture with the surrounding landscape, was so systematically applied throughout the empire that an Inca building can be identified as such anywhere in the former territory of Tawantinsuyu, with the same immediate recognition that distinguishes a Roman building in Britain from a Roman building in Syria. The trapezoidal form, the shape in which the top of a doorway, window, or niche is narrower than the bottom, giving the opening a slightly inward-leaning profile, was the most distinctive single element of Inca architectural vocabulary, applied with remarkable consistency to openings of every size, from the great gateways of royal palaces to the smallest niches in the walls of storehouses. The trapezoidal form was not merely decorative, it was structurally functional, distributing the weight of the wall above an opening more efficiently than a rectangular opening of the same size, and providing additional stability in a seismically active environment where rectangular openings are more vulnerable to earthquake damage. The Inca practice of integrating their architecture with the natural landscape, incorporating rock outcrops into building foundations, aligning structures with mountain peaks and astronomical events, and choosing building sites whose visual relationship to the surrounding landscape enhanced their ceremonial significance, reflects a specifically Andean approach to the relationship between the human-built environment and the sacred natural world. Inca buildings were not placed in landscapes, they were placed in conversation with them, each structure oriented, positioned, and designed to express and reinforce the sacred geography of the site in which it stood. The durability of this architecture is its ultimate testament. The Spanish colonial buildings erected on Inca foundations in Cusco have been damaged or destroyed in successive earthquakes, while the Inca stonework beneath them survived intact. The agricultural terraces built by Inca engineers 500 years ago still function in the valleys of the Sacred Valley. Machu Picchu, abandoned for 5 centuries in one of the most seismically active and meteorologically challenging environments on Earth, stands essentially as the Inca left it. They built for eternity, and eternity, so far, has accepted the gift. Fact 94: the Inca and the question of writing, an unsolved mystery. The question of whether the Inca had a form of writing, whether the quipu system of knotted cords that served the empire's administrative needs also encoded language in a way that would qualify it as a true writing system, and whether the specific claims of early colonial period sources that quipus could record narrative, history, and poetry represent accurate testimony about a phonological encoding system that has since been lost, is one of the most fascinating and most consequential unresolved questions in the archaeology and history of the pre-Columbian Americas. A question whose answer, if it could be definitively established, would fundamentally reshape the understanding of the Inca civilization and of the intellectual history of humanity. Conventional scholarly position for most of the 20th century was that the quipu was a sophisticated but purely numerical device, a decimal abacus in fiber, capable of recording quantities with great precision, but unable to encode the sounds of language in the way that true writing systems do. This position was comfortable because it explained the absence of deciphered narrative quipus, and because it was consistent with the observable numerical sophistication of the surviving quipu corpus. But it left open the troubling question of how a state of the Incas' administrative complexity could function without any system for recording language. The instructions, the laws, the historical narratives, the religious texts that literate states invariably commit to writing. The challenge to this conventional position has grown stronger in recent decades. A 2017 study of a quipu from the Coastal Administrative Center of Quechua identified structural patterns consistent with phonological encoding, patterns in which the fiber color, ply direction, and knot type appeared to encode syllabic information rather than purely numerical values. A separate line of research by the anthropologist Gary Urton identified a binary coding system in quipu construction capable of encoding a vocabulary of over 1,500 distinct signs, a vocabulary of sufficient size to represent a full writing system if the specific values of the signs could be determined. The destruction of the quipu reading tradition by Spanish colonial authorities, who burned quipus as potentially idolatrous objects and systematically dismantled the class of quipu specialists who could read them, means that the question of what the quipu truly contained may never be definitively answered. What we destroyed, we cannot fully recover. The silence of the quipus is itself the most eloquent testimony to the cost of the conquest. Fact 95: the Inca and the Sun, Inti's children today. Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, the great ceremony of the June solstice that was the most spectacular public celebration of the Inca religious calendar. The ceremony at which the Sapa Inca and the entire population of Cusco gathered to honor the sun god whose warmth and light made agricultural life possible, and whose divine parentage legitimated the authority of the Inca ruling lineage, was suppressed by Spanish colonial authorities in 1572 CE. Declared incompatible with Christian civilization and forbidden by the same viceregal decree that executed the last independent Sapa Inca. It was celebrated in secret and in attenuated forms for nearly 4 centuries, and then, in 1944 CE, it was publicly revived in Cusco by the writer and intellectual Faustino Espinosa Navarro, who reconstructed the ceremony from colonial period descriptions and presented it as a theatrical performance in the ruins of Sacsayhuaman. What began as a theatrical reconstruction has grown, over the 8 decades since its revival, into one of the largest and most widely attended cultural festivals in South America, a ceremony that draws tens of thousands of participants and spectators to Cusco each June 24th, that has been recognized by the Peruvian government as a national cultural heritage event. And that has become the primary annual expression of Andean cultural identity for the Quechua-speaking communities of the Cusco region. The ceremony performed today, with its procession of costumed participants representing the Sapa Inca and the nobles of his court, its theatrical narration in Quechua, its gathering at the great ceremonial ground of Sacsayhuaman above the city, is not identical to the ceremony that the Inca performed before the conquest. It is a reconstruction, a performance, a deliberate act of cultural memory. But the sun rises on June 24th over the same mountains it has always risen over. The stone of Sacsayhuaman under the participants' feet is the same stone the Inca quarried and fitted half a millennium ago. The Quechua words of the ceremony are the same words the Amurta transmitted across the centuries of colonial suppression. And the specific emotional experience of standing at dawn on the high ground above Cusco, watching the June solstice sun rise over the Andes with thousands of other people who share a connection to this place and this civilization, that experience, whatever its specific historical accuracy, is not nothing. It is the Inca tradition doing what it has always done, surviving, adapting, and continuing. Fact 96, the Inca and their enemies, the ones who got away. The history of the peoples who successfully resisted the Inca Empire, the societies and cultural traditions that the most powerful state in the pre-Columbian Americas could not conquer, absorb, or subdue, is one of the most revealing and least told dimensions of the story of Tawantinsuyu. A counter-narrative to the dominant story of Inca expansion and administrative achievement that illuminates the limits of Inca power as clearly as the great achievements illuminate its scope, and that demonstrates how the specific character of a people's environment, social organization, and military culture could make them effectively unconquerable by a state whose organizational genius was undeniable, but whose reach was not unlimited. The Mapuche of modern Chile and Argentina have already been acknowledged as the most militarily significant of the peoples who resisted Inca expansion, the community whose successful defense of their territory established a frontier that the Inca never crossed, and that the Spanish subsequently also spent 3 centuries failing to penetrate. But the Mapuche were not alone in their resistance. The Cariguano of the Bolivian lowlands, a Guarani-speaking people who had migrated from the Amazon basin into the Andean foothills, repelled Inca military expeditions with a ferocity that became legendary in the Andean world, and their resistance was sufficiently effective that the Inca built a series of frontier fortifications specifically to contain the threat they posed. The peoples of the Colombian highlands, the Muisca and their neighbors, were never incorporated into Tawantinsuyu despite the Inca campaigns into modern Ecuador that brought the empire to within striking distance of their territory. The Inca frontier in the north stabilized in southern Colombia, leaving the great civilizations of the Colombian highlands to their independent development until the Spanish arrived from a different direction entirely, from the Caribbean coast rather than from the Inca heartland. The specific lesson of the Inca's unconquered neighbors is the same lesson that every great empire eventually learns, that organizational sophistication and military power have limits set by geography, ecology, and the specific adaptations of the peoples who inhabit the environments at the edge of the empire's reach. The Inca knew this. The greatest military empire in the pre-Columbian Americas also knew where to stop. Fact 97, the Inca Road today walking the Quhapac Nian. The Quhapac Nian, the Great Inca Road, the 40,000-kilometer network of constructed highways that connected every corner of Tawantinsuyu to the capital at Cusco, that carried armies and llama caravans and chasqui relay runners along the spine of the Andes for a century of imperial expansion and administration, did not disappear with the empire it was built to serve. It survived, in varying states of preservation and accessibility, as the most durable physical legacy of the Inca civilization in the Andean landscape. A network of stone-paved paths, earthen causeways, and carved staircases that continues to traverse the mountains of 6 South American countries, maintained in some sections by the communities who have used them continuously since the Inca period, and in other sections, rediscovered by archaeologists and trekkers, penetrating landscapes that modern road building bypassed entirely. The most famous surviving section of the Quechua, and the most walked today, is the Inca Trail, the 4-day highland trek from the Sacred Valley to Machu Picchu that follows a section of the original road network through cloud forest and mountain pass terrain, crossing ancient Inca way stations and smaller ceremonial sites before arriving at the Sun Gate above Machu Picchu at dawn on the 4th day. The Inca Trail attracts tens of thousands of trekkers annually and is managed by the Peruvian government under permit system designed to limit environmental impact, a management challenge that reflects both the extraordinary popularity of the route and the physical fragility of the 500-year-old road surface beneath modern hiking boots. In 2014 CE, UNESCO inscribed the Quechua as a World Heritage Site across all 6 countries through which it passes: Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, and Argentina, in the first transnational World Heritage inscription of this kind and scale. The inscription recognized not merely the archaeological significance of the road network, but its living cultural relevance. The Andean communities whose ancestors built and maintained the road, and who continue to use portions of it for agricultural, ceremonial, and daily life purposes, are recognized as the primary custodians of this heritage and the primary beneficiaries of its protection. To walk any section of the Quechua today is to place your feet on a surface that Inca soldiers, llama caravans, Chasqui runners, and pilgrims walked 5 centuries ago, to participate in a physical continuity between the ancient and the modern that very few surviving monuments on Earth can offer. Fact 98. The children of the Inca, a population's persistence. The Andean population today, the estimated 30 to 40 million people of indigenous Andean descent, living in the 6 countries of the former Inca Empire, speaking Quechua or Aymara as their first or second language, farming the terraced hillsides of the highlands, celebrating the ceremonial calendar of the Andean year, and navigating the specific political and economic conditions of the post-colonial Andean nations, is the most important single fact about the legacy of the Inca Empire in the contemporary world. Not the ruins, not the gold, not the potato, but the people. These are the children of the demographic catastrophe, the survivors and the descendants of the survivors of the population collapse that reduced the Andean population from 12 million to perhaps 600,000 in the century following the Spanish conquest. That they exist at all, in the numbers they do, with the cultural coherence they maintain, is testimony to a resilience that is itself one of the most extraordinary achievements in the history of any people. They survived smallpox, measles, typhus, and influenza. They survived the Potosi mines and the colonial tribute system. They survived 3 centuries of systematic cultural suppression, forced religious conversion, and the destruction of the institutional infrastructure that sustained the knowledge of their civilization. And they emerged from that experience still speaking their language, still farming their ancestral varieties of potato and quinoa, still honoring Pachamama and the Apis of the mountains, still carrying in their social organization and their cosmological understanding the living traces of the civilization that the Spanish conquest tried and failed to extinguish. The specific contemporary conditions of the Andean indigenous population, their overrepresentation in poverty statistics, their underrepresentation in political institutions, their ongoing struggle for recognition of land rights and cultural rights, are the direct legacy of the colonial system and its post-colonial continuation. Acknowledging the achievement of the Inca civilization without acknowledging the conditions of its living descendants is an intellectual and moral failure that the comfortable image of Machu Picchu on a tourist poster makes all too easy. The ruins are spectacular, the people are here. Fact 99. The Inca and the future, what the Andes teach. The specific knowledge that the Inca civilization accumulated in its century of imperial existence, and the broader Andean civilizational tradition accumulated over the 10,000 years of Andean human history that preceded the Inca, contains within it a set of insights and a set of solutions to fundamental human problems whose relevance to the 21st century world is not merely historical but urgently practical. A body of knowledge about how to feed large populations in climatically variable environments, how to manage biodiversity as a strategic resource, how to organize collective labor for public benefit, and how to maintain a reciprocal rather than purely extractive relationship with the natural world that the specific crises of the contemporary world, climate change, biodiversity loss, food insecurity, the collapse of ecosystem services, make more relevant than at any time since the conquest. The agricultural knowledge embedded in the Andean tradition, the 3,000 varieties of potato, the hundreds of quinoa cultivars, the dozens of other Andean tubers and grains maintained by highland farming communities, represents a genetic library of extraordinary value for food security in a world of changing climate. Each variety encodes in its genome specific adaptations to specific conditions of temperature, moisture, soil chemistry, and altitude that took thousands of years of selective cultivation to develop and that cannot be recreated once lost. The communities that maintain these varieties, the highland farming families of Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, who plant them in their fields because they have always planted them, are performing an act of global importance that the world has barely begun to adequately recognize or support. The Inca approach to ecological management, the sustainable harvesting of vicuña fiber, the terrace agriculture that improves rather than depletes highland soils, the portfolio approach to crop diversity that spreads the risk of climate-driven failure across dozens of varieties, embodies principles that modern ecology and agriculture are independently rediscovering as alternatives to the monoculture, chemical-intensive, soil-depleting approaches that have characterized industrial agriculture for the past century. The specific solutions differ, but the underlying principle, that productive human use of the natural world, must be organized around the long-term health of the ecological systems on which production depends, is the same. What the Andes teach is not nostalgia. It is not the fantasy of a return to a pre-industrial past. It is the specific lesson that the most durable civilizations are those that build their organizational systems on a genuine understanding of the ecological limits and the ecological possibilities of the environments they inhabit, and that the knowledge required to do this is accumulated over generations and can be lost in a moment of inattention or violence that we cannot afford. Fact 100. The Inca, a civilization that continues. 100 facts into the story of the Inca Empire, and the story, as it was always going to be, does not end. The Inca Empire ended. Tawantinsuyu, the realm of the Four Quarters, the largest polity in the pre-Columbian Americas, the civilization that governed 12 million people from the roof of South America without money, without the wheel, without iron tools, and without writing. That specific political structure ended in the decades between 1532 and 1572 CE, destroyed by a combination of epidemic disease, internal division, and the military and technological advantages of a European imperialism that came armed with horses, steel, and smallpox. That story of destruction is real, and it is one of the most consequential catastrophes in the history of human civilization. But a civilization is not merely its political structure. A civilization is the accumulated knowledge, the language, the agricultural practice, the cosmological understanding, the aesthetic tradition, the social organization, and the collective identity of the human community that created it. And these things do not end when the political structure that housed them is destroyed. They transform, they go underground. They disguise themselves in the costume of the conquering culture and continue beneath the surface. They survive in the hands of farmers planting the same varieties of potato their grandparents planted. They survive in the mouths of grandmothers speaking Quechua to their grandchildren. They survive in the offerings of coca placed at the base of the mountain before the planting season. They survive in the memory of the Amorta's teaching, transmitted without books across the centuries of colonial repression. The potato feeds half of Europe, an Inca gift, still growing. The quinoa on the supermarket shelf, an Andean domesticate, maintained through 5 centuries of colonial neglect by the highland communities that never stopped planting it. The terrace on the Himalayan hillside, a technique first perfected on the slopes above the Urubamba River. The word jerky in the English language, a ghost of the Quechua charqui, the dried meat of the Inca storehouse. The siku melody that can only be played by 2 people, still being played in the same way for the same reasons, in the plazas of the Andean highlands, where it has always been played. Close your eyes, breathe slowly. The high Andes are still there, the same mountains where Pachacuti built his roads and the Chasqui runners carried messages at a speed that astonished the Spanish, where the stars are close enough to touch, and the dark cloud llama still moves through the Milky Way on the schedule the Inca astronomers recorded. The civilization that built on those mountains is still there too, transformed, resilient, continuing. 100 facts, one civilization, still here. This has been explored during sleeping.